Ever since you only have to sign
Even the blank ones.
Take that any day.
Norma's not here. Any works for Norma? Do you have any works for Norma?
Well, it's just you and me, right?
Did you make copies for everybody?
No, I just got it from Citizen.
Why don't you just hang on to it then?
I got it this morning.
You'll have opportunity.
Who is it?
Are we ready?
It's very similar to Ashland.
Good evening and welcome to the Creswell City Council work session. Thank you for joining us tonight. Would you please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are down one counselor at this point, so Councilor Norma Osborne is absent and not accounted for, so it's an unexcused absence at this point. So welcome tonight. As you'll notice, we have a different format for work sessions. Our city council meets twice a month. Once we meet behind the dais, and that's called the regular council meeting where we enact all the business for the city. As many of you saw 2 weeks ago, ordinances, resolutions, things like that. Once a month we meet down on the floor. It's a work session and we do work. And our work sessions start at 6 because they generally, this year they've been going until 9 or 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So welcome, just to let you know. It is a different format. At work sessions, there is no public comment at the beginning. There's not a public hearing as of last time. There's only one public hearing on ordinance, and that was held last time. So at a later time in the meeting, there will be an opportunity for public input, and I'll explain to you how that works when we get there. So we begin tonight, Council, with just a little bit of housekeeping. At last month's work session, we talked about ordinances. Because as a council, we just keep learning, don't we? So historically, our council has enacted an ordinance. The first time it comes to the council, we've read it twice by title. Then we've had the discussion, debate, motions, amendments. If the ordinance passes unanimously, then it is enacted within 30 days later. If it is not enacted by a unanimous vote of the council, it goes to a second meeting the following month, at which it simply passes by a majority vote. In rereading, so I put in front of all of you, and I copied this right off our website. This is from our charter, and this has to do with ordinances. I would like to propose just one slight change to how we enact ordinances, because we'll have another one next month. And that would be under section 16A, the second I'll read it. It says, "Except as this section provides to the contrary, every ordinance of the council shall, before final passage, be read fully and distinctly in open council meeting on 2 different days." So the key word there is fully. Ordinances oftentimes are 2, 3, 5, 10 pages long, or they could be longer, which means the first time we have an ordinance, our charter says it's supposed to be read fully. However, the next section B says an ordinance may be enacted at a single meeting of the council by unanimous vote of all council members present upon being read first in full and then by title. So the key word there I have is enacted. What may be enacted at a single meeting? An ordinance may be enacted at a single meeting by a unanimous vote of all council members present. Once again, upon being read first in full and then by title. Subsection C says, and any reading of the ordinance may be by title only if either, and the first either is, no council member present at the meeting requests to have the ordinance read in full. So once the title is read of the ordinance, my recommendation is the mayor would read the title, we've come to such and such item, and I would read the title, and then I would say, does any councilor wish to have the ordinance read in full? And if any councilor says yes, then we would proceed to read the ordinance in full. If no councilors request to have it read in full, then we would proceed to have our debate, discussion, motions, amendments, and if the ordinance passes, if it's moved to be adopted, and if it is passed by a unanimous vote, then it would be enacted at a single meeting. If not, it would continue to go to a second meeting. Where at the second meeting, it would simply be read by title only at the second meeting.
Wouldn't it be enacted within 30 days of the vote?
Well, if it passes unanimously, then it's enacted 30 days, yes.
30 days.
And if it's not unanimous, then it goes to a second meeting. Michelle?
Unless it's an emergency. And then if it has an emergency clause, then it would go right into effect.
Does that make sense to everybody? So the difference would be when the ordinance comes up, the mayor would read it by title, ask the council if any councilors wish to have it read in full. If the answer is yes, then we would proceed to have it read in full. If the answer is no, then we would proceed to our discussion, debate, motion, amendments, and then we would take action on the ordinance. If it's passed unanimously, it goes into effect 30 days later. If it's not a unanimous vote, it goes to the second reading a month later, at which point it can be passed by a simple majority vote. All right? Okay. Next item on the agenda is our committee report. And we begin with Administration and Finance Committee. Alonzo, is there a report?
I have no report tonight, Mayor.
Okay. Public Safety Committee. Tammy.
Coffee with a Cop is Saturday at Blue Valley Bistro at 10 a.m. We're meeting June 1st to discuss National Night Out. We do have the fire department on board this year. So we have it to announce.
Manager Amber.
I'm sorry, I just learned today that Coffee with a Cop will not happen this month.
Oh, okay. All right, I stand corrected.
Memorial Day weekend. Okay, thank you. Transportation and Public Works Committee. Shelley.
Yeah, so we are working on finding a date for the meeting, or actually probably 2 meetings during the month of June to prioritize projects that we would like to have funded, if at all possible, or be advocated for. So we're working on scheduling that meeting. My first attempt was to try and find a time to meet during the middle of the day. And I don't know that that's going to work out, so I'm going to take round 2 and see if we can meet earlier, like in the early evening, so that we can go ahead and do that. But I will get the information soon for our meeting date so that that meeting can be properly noticed.
Okay, thank you very much. Parks and Tree Advisory Board. Norma is not here, but tonight we have the proposed budget. So is there a member from the Parks and Tree Board here tonight?
I can talk to it
Okay, thank you,
if
Ms.
you have any questions. The Parks and Tree Advisory Board has met and developed a work plan based on their charges from the mayor. And one thing that they are working on is bird boxes. They've actually found bird boxes for free. So all they need is the poles. It's $143 per pole for $1,001 requested. Bat boxes are the same thing, although there's a strong feeling that they should buy pre-made bat boxes because bats can easily injure themselves. So they're asking for $168 each for bat boxes, but the project total is $0 right now. But they would like to put bat boxes on poles in the parks. A pollinator garden, you can see the list there. They'd like to include milkweed, showy milkweed, Oregon grape, red flower currant, red columbine, and check mallow. This would be installed at Garden Lake Park. You can see the total price is $1,194. Arbor Day, the budget for 2024, they're proposing $1,000, $800 for trees, bottled water they think they can get donated, and $200 per hour for face painting. And then they are working on a bird ID bulletin board that will be installed at Garden Lake Park. We have a lot of birds there. And the sign design, you can see with the printing, the plexiglass, and the hardware is $1,334 for a total budget of $4,529. So that amount has been included in the budget, the proposed budget for next year. And that's all I have.
We have a very active Parks Board with lots of good ideas. Okay, thank you. Okay, we move on to our presentations. Tonight we're having a presentation from the Chamber of Commerce on tourism grants. Who's going to be bringing that presentation? All right, come right on up.
Where would you like me, Mayor?
No, just come.
To the podium?
Sure. Oh, hold on just a second. I was just so eager to move along. I skipped a few things. I apologize. So, thank you. We move next to the Airport Commission, Alonzo.
No report tonight, Mayor.
Oh, well, okay. And then we move to Lane Council of Governments. So the meeting was on April 27th, and they did some revisions to the budget, and they had the executive report. We have a great executive director for LCOG. And other than that, I have no more report on LCOG. So now we move to Lane Area Commission on Transportation. Shelley.
Yes, okay, so I bring some mixed news tonight. Unfortunately, the grant that we were in consideration for fixing of the jog and repair of the jog, we have not moved forward in consideration, and so that grant it has ended in terms of this process for now. However, our city planner has asked for feedback on the grant so that we can learn from it, be more competitive in the future, so that we can work on the jog and do whatever we can in order to be able to move that forward. So I am hopeful. I know as I sit with Lane Act colleagues, one of the things that has been really talked about a lot is the focus on getting funds specifically to our rural communities, and so I have faith that my colleagues from all over Lane County are still with us and are cheering for us to be able to get the jog fixed. But I wanted to give you all that news. It was a long shot, but we were hopeful. And I think one of the other things that we've been able to do as a result of looking through that grant process and really looking at that is really understanding the financial need that we have and what it's going to cost to do each section of what was proposed. And so I know one of the things that we had talked about just almost last year about this point in time was that it was probably going to be at about a $4 million ask. And I think as we looked at the whole enchilada, it actually was closer to about $11 million of an ask. And so there is certainly some needs out there, and we are going to remain just motivated to try and do some work on the jog. But I did want to give you all some update on that. we did meet earlier this month, and a couple of things that we talked about. So we did talk about the Lane Act Chairs meeting, the Oregon Transportation Commission, and then we also talked a little bit about Lane Act member recruitment. And so we have a couple of open positions within Lane Act, and so I think for a couple of specialized and a couple of at-large positions. So I'll probably be giving you all some more information about that so that you can share that information. And then we also talked about that Lane Act needs, so the process and guidance. So that funding, like that prioritization request that we're going to be working on for the Transportation and Public Works Committee. We got a little bit more information about that. And so we should be able to meet what is their deadline of August 1st in order to be able to get that information in. So anyway, so we are right on track and excited about it. And then one last thing that I wanted to talk a little bit about, if it's okay, is the Safe Routes to School update. And so we were able to do the walk audit. We were able to look at all of the different possible needs about creating safer environments for our community and for our children going to school. And so there's a number of recommendations. Actually, the city of Creswell had a lot of input that they were able to provide. And so that was remarkable, just the amount of input that came from our community. And so there's a number of recommendations that are really based around restriping, especially crosswalks right in front of the schools, potentially looking at traffic calming processes, because I think especially in front of Crest Lane Middle School, it was noted that folks drive fast on that road. And especially since that's right in front of the elementary school, they were looking at that. So that may be some longer term recommendations, as well as some potential sidewalks. And so some recommendations to continue the work that I think that we're already talking about. And then one other thing that we did talk about is that, and I think I brought this up last month, is that intersection or the crosswalk on A and 8th, and how that's actually not a crosswalk. And so as they were looking at the whole street, again, one of the recommendations that they encouraged us to move forward with or to consider as a council is potentially kind of rescinding that action that was taken at some point in time by a council to remove that crosswalk option. And so because there's a crosswalk at 10th and A, and there's a crosswalk at 9th and A, and then there's not another one for quite a bit of time. And so by rescinding that action, again, as we talked about it and as we understood it, is that allows for the city to make the decision about crosswalks and placements, because it was in particular that crosswalk just on 8th Street. So again, that may be something for us to consider. So yeah. Anyway, so that's my Safe Routes to School update.
Is that something that we could bring to a work session and consider? I'd like to have a discussion about it if everybody else would.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Stacy, is there going to be a kind of a wrap-up to the Safe Routes to School and a formal request made to the city to do that? How would that happen?
Yeah, so I could certainly ask the consultants that they're working with to pull together the report for the Safe Routes to School. And if that is something that should be within that recommendation, and I believe it will be, is that'll be part of the formal report that comes back.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so Norma?
Well, you
Hang on just one second here.
Oh, excuse me.
So Norma, Councilor Norma Osborne has joined us. If you can make note of that. Welcome, Norma. We're down to Lane X, so we've already had the report on the parks, and Michelle gave that report.
Okay.
So we've already heard that report.
I apologize. I thought the meeting started at 6:30, so.
Okay. So did you have a question for Shelley or a comment?
Yes, so you'll be communicating with the school to get their input on the crosswalk?
Yeah, so the school is a member of the Safe Routes to School
Okay.
Committee, and so they've been part of those conversations
Okay.
as well. And in fact, it was one of the individuals who works for the school that said, oh, this is why we can't have a crosswalk here, is because council took action on this.
Okay.
And he thought that it was about 10 years ago that council took action on it,
Okay.
so we could probably go back in our records to see exactly what that action was.
Why that
Why it was,
connection
yeah.
was done.
Yeah.
They must have had some kind of reason. I don't know what it was, but they must have had a reason.
Yeah, yeah. I think that there was some connection to before the parking lot was reconfigured, is that it was dangerous for individuals to cross in that area. And so that may be something, again, that we either say we rescind that action so that we could leave it up to the experts to make the decision around that crosswalk area. So yeah, but that'll be part of the overall report.
I thought that would be the answer, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so I'm assuming their report will include some sort of reason as to why they want us to look at that. We certainly should.
Yeah.
But they will have some sort of data or research or whatever. Great.
Looking forward to that. Thank you.
So council, I'm going to ask that when you want to speak, we raise your hand so I can acknowledge you like we've done before, so we don't have jumping in, okay? So you'll keep us abreast of that, and when the time is right for that report to come back to us, and then we'll have it probably in a work session environment first, and then we'll go from there in consultation with Manager Amber and Public Works Department. Okay.
Great.
Thank
End of my
you.
report.
And now we go to the Chamber of Commerce Tourism Grant. Come up and introduce yourself to all of us.
My name is Jason Stubbs. I'm the owner of Oregon Insurance Company and the president of the Creswell Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you.
All right, so I wanted to say thank you for having me here today. The Creswell Chamber of Commerce is a membership-based nonprofit organization that exists to help support our local businesses and organizations, strengthen our local economy, and enhance our community. The Chamber of Commerce has a contract with the city of Creswell to be able to help increase tourism and people coming into town through activities that are done that the chamber hosts on the city's behalf. Those activities do include the Mother's Day garage sale that just happened, the 4th of July celebration that we have, and the tree lighting event that happens in December. We have added a couple other activities this last year. We added a Halloween activity, and then of course we had the Oregon 22 event where we hosted the Finn track team and did a bunch of events for them as well. Last year we were a recipient of 2 different programs on behalf of the city from the county and the state. One is the RTMP, which is the Rural Tourism Marketing Program. That is a payment that is given out by the county generally as a disbursement to increase tourism in rural areas throughout the state. The other one is and that one happens in the first quarter of the year generally is when that's dispersed. The transient room tax or TRT are funds generated through taxation of hotel and rental uses throughout the city. And those are paid generally in a quarter after the revenue has happened. This last year, the Chamber of Commerce, along with the implementation of tourism, we had a total income of about $78,000, of which $48,537 of it came from the RTMP and TRT monies that were there. Our total expenses surrounding tourism were about $82,000, and so we had exceeded the amount of money, obviously, than what was given for that, and we exceeded it by just under $30,000. One of the things that we have done is we've worked to be able to put implementation into practice to be able to increase tourism in the area. One of the things that we're and talking with Jim about is that we are kind of at the subject and mercy of whenever those funds are released to the city and then they're dispersed to the county. So in operating with that, we were actually negative about 6 months of revenue that was there that was late to come, that was just been able to clear this month, and then we're still awaiting revenue because the state of Oregon this year is now taken over the RT or the TRT classification, and so we're still awaiting to try and get funds that were due from back to January. One of the things that, as you can see, if you've been a resident of Creswell for any period of time in the last couple of years, last year our opportunities to be able to have events outside was really the first year that we were able to do that. We were able to secure the necessary permits from the city to be able to host the parade and the Mother's Day activities. And it really was probably some of the best events that had happened in a long time here. I can't give you an exact number of how many people frequented the city in those periods of time because we just don't have a way to track that as it comes in. But I can say that from comments that we got and people who posted on our Facebook page, made comments to us personally at the office or sent emails or phone calls, that it was one of the best celebrations that they had seen. This last year, we were able to do every activity that we had normally done for the 4th of July celebration in the park with a parade and a breakfast and fireworks back at the high school to be able to use both the elementary and the high school area for seating. And they look forward to opportunities for that to be able to make that bigger and better, every year as we were able to do that. That's awfully hard to do sometimes when you set the bar really high the first year, and how do you make it better the next year? If you attended the Winter Lights Festival 2 years ago, it was a very small gathering that was there, and last year was probably twice the size, if not more. And if you were standing down here on the corner of City Hall, you would see that there were probably 3 sections where there was probably 4 to 6 people deep waiting for the parade to come down, and it seemed almost a little bit like 4th of July, where you couldn't hardly get up there to be able to see what's coming through. I think those are the big increases in people that have been here in the city in the last year to be able to bring opportunity and commerce to the city, which is really what the Chamber of Commerce is here to do. With that, we have great ambitions and plans for this next year. And how do you make things bigger and better? Well, our Mother's Day garage sale event, there was over 100 people or 100 locations, which is more than we've had before. And so that's step number 1. Step number 2 is that the 4th of July celebration seems to be underway in planning and progress, just as it has been in years past. But this year we're adding a new element. We're going to add a live concert at the high school prior to the fireworks. We have secured a group called Pendleton Highway that will be coming into town and will be playing there to where you can be able to get dinner, have a live concert after the park festivities end and before the fireworks start. That'll start about 6:30 in the afternoon and we'll run all the way up until about the fireworks start. Okay? So look for that to be able to happen. We have in these abilities and ventures to be able to do this, we've secured private funding and sponsorship from businesses, not only in our community, but outside in the metro communities as well. So we have a title sponsor for that event that is basically paying to sponsor that entire event for us, with the anticipation that they can just be able to be part of something that's really good. Also, with that, we have changed our membership structure at the chamber to be able to include an advertising program for members of the chamber. It is a tiered structure that we went out to 3 different media vendors. One is the Chronicle, which covers, Springfield, Creswell, Cottage Grove, Pleasant Hill. That was pretty much a given one that we wanted to go to. We've also been able to secure a contract with KLSR TV and Fox TV and with Bicoastal Media. So members of the Chamber of Commerce can be able to purchase at a tiered structure membership at the chamber and be able to receive special opportunities for funding for their membership for this year. Currently, we have about 12% of the members who have registered and renewed their membership so far who have elected that tier structure. And what that means is that if they're a member of the Chamber of Commerce, they get special pricing for advertising during normal hours like everybody else does at a reduced rate, just for being a member of the Chamber of Commerce. And so the anticipation or hope for that is that we're going to be able to bring in more outside people to come to the community, to be able to frequent these businesses that are here, and be able to help grow more people to the area as well. The last thing that we did is this last year in 2022, we published our Welcome and Visitor Guide for the city. And we're looking to try and be able to put that out again in the springtime of 2024. And so we are greatly appreciative of the opportunity to be able to partner with the city. I think the Chamber loves to be able to put on these events, to be able to bring business and community together, to be able to help better our community for a better place for people to live. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about the Chamber or what is happening.
Okay, questions from councilors? Shelley?
Yeah, thank you so much. That was really helpful information. At the beginning of the session, or the beginning of your presentation, you talked about a $30,000 budget shortfall. And so I'm wondering if that tiered system, not only if that is an intention to increase people coming into Creswell, but also an opportunity to kind of reduce that budget shortfall.
That is, and part of that budget shortfall was not receiving 6 months of TRT money that was there. So the payment that was received in March of about $16,000 would have awfully cut that in half. And so that would have been half of that was there. The other part of that is sponsorship money that we received and other stuff that come in that were non-tourism related expenses that were operating for the chamber. So. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to mention too is that the chamber is also tasked with not only those events, but also staffing the visitor center across the street. And so we do have that open for 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. And so there's a bunch of that tourism falls into that as well.
Any questions? Comments? So, Jason, I want to say I like this idea of 4th of July concert. Where, that'll be at the high school, is that going to be an outdoor concert?
It will be an outdoor concert. Right now, we are still talking with the facilities manager over there and with the superintendent as to what the site preparation is going to be now that the bond had passed, where they're going to start construction first. So it may happen on the football field. It may happen in the parking lot between the football field and the school. So we're still depending on when they start demolition of the football field and what that will look like. And so we'll move at that point.
So the breakfast, do you need volunteers?
We need lots of volunteers.
So that's a great time to plug the community. Tell us all the volunteer opportunities you have. You have a captive audience, Jason.
Alonzo.
I'm signed up.
Yep. So Councilor Alonzo, he had volunteered last year at the breakfast to be able to help things set up. The breakfast is probably our biggest event that we need volunteers for. Last year we had 50 volunteers that worked in the park and through setting up for breakfast, help cooking breakfast, and then being able to clean up afterwards. And that's kind of what starts it all off. So pancake breakfast in the park at 7:30 in the morning. Parade starts at 10 o'clock. So if you would love to be able to get involved with the chamber to help with that, you can go to our Facebook page. You can call the chamber office and talk to Ruth Ann, but we're always looking for volunteers to help with that.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Alonzo.
Thank you and keep up the good work.
I
Stacy?
just have a curiosity question. You're saying you're open 4 hours a day, Monday through Friday. What kind of traffic do you see come into the chamber?
So we were trying to play around with the hours a little bit, trying to figure out, and in the early morning, like, nobody was really coming in, so we opened up at 10, and when we get closer to the events, we definitely have more people come into the office to be able to get supplies or ads or flyers, or like right now, it's buttons and t-shirts getting ready for the 4th of July. So really that 10 to 2 timeframe seems to have been the best timeframe where people, especially if they're coming in from out of the community and they're coming down, maybe they're going to stop at the bakery for lunch or somewhere else, but they're going to come into town about that 10:30 timeframe, check things out a little bit, and then go do their business. It's there.
So when it's outside of a normal event, what's the foot traffic like? Do people come in every day? Do you?
There are people that come in every day.
Okay, just curious, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. And so, Counselor, just a reminder, we have a tradition that we walk in the parade.
Oh.
So our city council has been walking in the parade for about 10 years, I think, going back to 2013 when we
Is that a
started the tradition.
requirement? Because I have,
It's
you'll
not a-
talk later, yeah.
It's not a requirement, but the councilors are invited to walk in the parade. I always invite all the mayors of Lane County and the county commissioners to come. And one year we even had one of our state senators come down and walk in the parade with us.
You invited Representative Conrad, and he said he'd see if you could make it.
Yes. So, y'all consider that, okay, if you're free. Okay, we move now to discussion items, and we are to the camping ordinance. So, council members, in your packet, you received a memo from Manager Amber. I want to I want to make one comment. Near the end, the very final page, reference is made to our last council meeting and to the motion that Councilor Smith made. And I asked to actually get that motion today, and I want to read the motion, because there was a motion and a second at that council meeting. And the motion that Councilor Smith made was, I move that the city council amend ordinance 557, specifically section 2, last sentence, by removing the language, quote, notwithstanding the above, Garden Lake Park is not subject to closure hours set out in this subsection unless otherwise posted, end quote. So the motion was to amend the language and remove that sentence. That was seconded by Councilor Holt, and then the council proceeded to postpone this ordinance until the next meeting, so that we might come tonight and do some more work on it. So when we come back in 3 weeks for our June meeting, we will begin by returning to this ordinance and to the motion that was made and seconded. And council will need to take action on that. So there's several ways council can take action. We'll debate it, the motion to amend. We can amend it, the motion. We can vote on it, and one option would be to vote it down, because tonight, if we rework the entire ordinance, then we're essentially going to have two ordinances to look at. So we may say, hey, we need to vote this one down first and pick up the one that we worked on tonight and just address that one. So just to let you know that we return to the motion that was made and seconded, and then we'll proceed from there in 3 weeks. Okay? So, how to proceed tonight? In the memo that we got from Manager Amber, and also in the booklet that somebody, I hope all of you got and had a chance to read, that was put out by the League of Oregon Cities last year, they refer to time, place, and manner. And the statement reads as follows. Cities may impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on where persons, including those persons experiencing homelessness, may sit, sleep, or lie. Any such regulation imposed by a city should be carefully vetted with the city's legal advisor. So tonight we have our legal advisor, Attorney Ross Williamson, over here. And we'll be relying upon him to vet the work that we do tonight. In the ordinance, we address time, place, and manner. So that's how we're going to proceed tonight. A little bit different order. We're going to start with place. The question of, go ahead, Michelle.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to explain why I handed this out.
Oh, okay.
This is what the city of Ashland has done, and they pretty much outline time, place, and manner. And I thought that it might be helpful to have in front of you so that it might stir your thoughts about the kinds of things you could impose upon a person who is spending the night here. And I have extra copies, and I'd be happy to share it with the crowd if they'd like it.
Councilor Holt?
I was under the impression that the Martin versus Boise really only requires us to remove language from our ordinances that makes it illegal, basically, or that make, yeah. So I don't understand why we can't just remove 9.05.460 section E, remove the language that says there's a violation punishable by a fine not to exceed $500. If we remove that, then it's no longer a punishable crime, right? They're not going to be they're not going to suffer monetary damage. So I'm curious why we have to rewrite everything over just removing the language that makes our ordinance illegal.
I think it has to do with Grants Pass versus Martin, and I think Ross should answer that question instead of me.
Sure.
Councilor Holt, so your proposal is to simply remove the violation provision in the code, so if someone is camping, there is no violation of law.
I'm asking why we can't do that.
No, that is, so, and I think we talked about that in February, if the easiest way through this process would be to just remove the prohibition. And so if we remove prohibition, then it's not, sleeping in public is not prohibited, and there is no problem under either Martin or under the statute.
I'm not saying to remove the prohibited camping necessarily. I'm saying to remove the fine that goes along with it.
So what would happen if someone is caught camping? So that there would be no fine, so there would be no, a prohibition and the fine kind of go hand in hand. If someone violates the law, there's a
I thought that our goal or our task was to align our city ordinance so that it falls within the requirements of the law. So why are we going beyond that right now?
I think because there was an interest in regulating where folks and how folks and what at what time, the time, place, and manner of how folks experiencing homelessness are sleeping and camping in the city. So if there is no interest to regulate camping, then we don't have to regulate camping, and we can remove it from our code. That is an option.
If we remove just that line, are we still regulating camping, just not making it a crime for them?
But maybe I need to understand a little bit more of what you're trying to do.
I'm just trying to find an alternative that doesn't require us to bake in all of this stuff that's been put before us, but still fall within the guideline from the state of Oregon. The simplest version to get us there, because in my mind, I don't think one work session is going to do this. In my mind, I would like to get it on the books, be legal, and then continue to have these conversations, hopefully with our community, hopefully they keep coming, and working out something that works for everyone or doesn't work at all. I mean, there's no requirement to actually assign a safe space to sleep with that one bill that died on the floor. So the only requirement is that we have to decriminalize it, right?
Well, decriminalize, and there can't be no punishment at all.
Right.
Right. So if we remove the punishment, then our deputies would have no, so if someone is caught in the park after hours or in violation of the other provisions of that camping regulation, there would be no sanction. There would be no violation, there would be no ticket issued, and so the officer would be unable to do anything about it.
How often are those tickets actually issued? I think
Yeah,
most of the
yeah.
time people are giving
Sure.
warnings and sent on, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to proceed tonight by talking about place, manner, and time, in that order. First place, second manner, and third time. And Manager Amberg is going to keep notes, and the way that we're going to do it is we're going to go around the council, and every council member will speak on each one, but only one at a time. So first we're going to talk about place. And place is referred to a number of times in the ordinance, various places. I'm sorry, we're not having any public, no, we're not.
Just clarify
No.
when you get to talk. Just clarify that.
I'm getting there. We're not there yet, though, but I'm getting there. So we will go around one council member at a time, and every council member will get to address the question of place. When the council members have all addressed place, then if there are members of the audience that think we've missed something on place, then that's the time for a member of the audience to raise their hand, and you see there's no microphone, so we need you to stand up, and we want you to speak specifically to place. We're going to come later to manner and later to time, specifically to place. And I'm going to ask if we've missed something. If you're there and you say you've missed an obvious place, then that's the time that I'll call on you one at a time, and you can address place. Then we will have all kinds of ideas here on place. Then we will confer with our city attorney and with our manager Amberg, and we'll try to whittle it down, place. Then we will come around to manner. We'll do the same thing. Each counselor will have an opportunity to speak about manner. And then if there's members of the public that think we missed something on manner, then I'll have to give you that opportunity. Then we will again confer with our attorney and our city manager and see if we can come up with something on manner. Then we will talk about time. We'll do the same thing. Members of the council, then members of the public. So what I want to say is when members of the public have had your opportunity to speak on each one, then at the end of that, we're going to return to council, and then that's our time, because we have work to do. We have to create another ordinance. So I would ask at that point not to have further interruptions and just let us do our work. The end goal is that we come up with an ordinance that is revised, that we can give directions then to our attorney and our city manager over the next 3 weeks to take all of our input, to draft a new ordinance, to bring to the council at the June 12th council meeting. We have a deadline of July 1st. If the ordinance passes unanimously in June, we will have to enact it as an emergency ordinance, even if it passes unanimously. If it does not pass unanimously, then we will have to have a second meeting between June 12th and the end of June to address this particular subject for a second vote. Okay? So with that, the first time we go around and we talk about let me find my note here. Place is first, and we're going to go in alphabetical order, first time around. So we're going to begin with Councilor Clark.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. I've been thinking quite a bit about not only the ordinance that was put in front of us last session, our last city council meeting, as well as the feedback that we've received from the community. And I am really grateful for all of the community feedback that we've received. In particular, one of the options that was shared through that feedback, and I think was shared in the information that we were able to get at the beginning of the work session, is that it sounds like for our community, it sounds like Garden Lake Park may not be the right place. And so I'm very interested in exploring other options. In particular, there was one option that was presented, and we've heard a couple of times from various community members, is that we consider, instead of looking at Garden Lake Park, is looking at the parking lot that's just right across the street from us. And I believe that's the place that was described, is that we look at that place. I could be misunderstanding, but like I said, that's what I took it to mean. And part of the reasons that were talked about within that place itself is that it's something that is located close to City Hall. And so that as we are monitoring, or as we're kind of paying attention to what's going on, that's a place that is easier for us to be able to see. And be able to engage with. I think the other thing that has been shared by community members is that is a place that is also nearby medical services, as well as Lane County Sheriff's Office, is that they're located right there. And so that's one of the things that I was thinking about specifically in terms of place. I've not heard other community members share other options, or that's not anything that I've received with any sort of specific, here's exactly why this place instead of that place. But that's what I've heard from our community.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. Next is Councilor Castilla.
Okay, lucky me. Guys, I too appreciate all the emails, everything I heard. In looking into the guide, the LOC guide, which encouraged me to go back into this document and really dig into it a little bit. And one of the things that stood out was that this bill retains our ability to enact time, place, and manner regulations, aiming to preserve the ability of cities to manage public spaces effectively for the benefit of an entire community. So that's what I hope we're going to try to do. And when I go, I got all the addresses from the city property that we own. Got the map. There's a map right there. There is no good place for this spot. You know, I know somebody commented, no, take out the equation of, we don't want it in your backyard. Well, nobody wants it in their backyard. And there is no place in Creswell that isn't in somebody's backyard. I mean, if you take a measuring tape and ruled it out, which I didn't do, but just by looking at the map, you have, unfortunately, Garden Lake Park is one that is closest, but it also has, that's our only park that has water, wildlife. That is probably our most valuable piece of property here in Creswell. There is the Wayside Bike down in Cloverdale, which is, there are houses around there, but they're a little further set back. Yes, and yes, right here, across the street. And there's also a piece of property which is on the west side in front of the water treatment, wastewater treatment facility, which is not a public park. Would not be a piece of property that is a park. Unfortunately, there are homes right, they literally share that piece of property. So, with those are the pieces of property that come to mind. Have I narrowed it down and called one out? No, because that's what we're here to talk about. So, and no, I don't, well, we'll get to that later, that's a different topic, but that's where I'm at right now, with those 4 pieces of property. I can't just put one up there. Across the street, which is already up there, the bicycle wayside, and the west side piece of property in front of the wastewater treatment plant. And that would probably be, number 1 would be the bicycle wayside, 2, City Hall, and wastewater in my preference.
Okay, number 3, Councilor Holt.
I'm still standing on the fact that I don't think we have to designate a place at all, and I'm 100% opposed to designating a spot. I think that once we designate a spot, we are going to have to designate a second and then a third, just follow Cottage Grove for that example. I have a question for Ross. Are we still allowed to move them along?
You can, yeah, when we have manner and time regulations available, yeah. But move them along as in give a bus ticket out of town.
Right, is that still allowable?
That I don't know if that's ever been allowable, but it's been done, but I don't think that is allowable. To ship them off to Eugene, I think is not an option.
You think is not an option, or it's not?
I believe it is not an option.
Okay. So I, again, 100% against designating a spot at all. If I were to agree to a spot, I would probably only agree to the city parking lot with some pretty strict regulations, like only from dusk to dawn. That's about so that's where I land. City lot, dusk to dawn only, and I'm 100% against designating a spot anyhow. So I'm done.
Okay. Councilor Osborne. So I'm going to ask tonight that we refrain from clapping and things like that. And that's for the purpose so that the council members can do their work without feeling like, the crowd likes it, they don't like it. We need to be able to speak and think, each one independently. So, Councilor Osborne.
Well, I don't think any of the choices are absolutely wonderful. I think we have more control over what happens if we use the City Hall parking lot than we do if we use any of the other options.
Okay?
Yeah, that's
All right. Counselor Shuck?
No place ever anywhere.
Counselor Smith?
Repeat that.
No place.
Counselor Smith?
Well, I agree. No place whatsoever in Creswell, period. If we have to do something, then we'll worry about that now, but what I've heard you all say through your emails and showing up, I'm trying to speak for your voice. The majority of your voice is going to rule, whether I like it or not, even though I completely stand with you, and I think my motion shows that last meeting. I am for absolutely zero place. I think it's nice to have compassion and love for other people, and I do, but I also love accountability, and I think there's time to have accountability. And I'm going to be that line for y'all, and be that line here, and so no place whatsoever in Creswell, period.
Okay, so I will go last. So in the ordinance before us, we have two, we approach place in two ways. We approach it in terms of vehicles and people who are without a vehicle. So I want to talk about both of those because I noticed that we didn't particularly address those.
Well, you just went around the table and asked us what we would agree to for camping.
Well,
Or
in
place.
terms of
You said
place.
place.
You said
Tent,
place, you didn't say
lean-to.
tent, yeah.
We have beat to death the RV street. I'm going to have to take a break. I
Okay,
know
well, I'm
that you
gonna-
thought
hang on,
in
hang on.
advance to this
Hang on.
and what we were going to do tonight and how the procedure was
Tammy?
going to be, but it was not in our packet that you were going to do this tonight.
Yeah.
So you're going to sit here and talk for a half hour about both of those issues? Just give your place like the rest of us did, please, sir.
Okay, I'm going to give my place. It is also my role to try to manage the meeting, so.
Managing
in
the
terms of-
meeting is fine, but we've gone around the table to each give our place, and you, as also a member of the council, should give your place. I do not need a lecture on what is currently in our ordinance. It was in my packet. I read every single line. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of place, we address the place for people who are in vehicles, and that's in the ordinance. And I'm comfortable with what we have in the ordinance in terms of place, which is currently the downtown commercial zone, where we do have vehicles that park out here on various roads. So I'm comfortable with that in terms of place for people who are in vehicles. In terms of people who are not in vehicles, one of the interesting items in the LOC manual we got is called state-created danger. So when it was first brought up that Garden Lake Park was a possibility, I went for a walk out there and I noticed 3 lakes. And I wondered if that would qualify as a state-created danger. The idea of the state-created danger is if you create a place where people can go, but there's a danger there, and then that danger occurs, then it's on you as the city because you put them in a place with a danger. And so I looked at those 3 ponds and I thought, well, they all have signage that says no fishing. Don't catch the fish. So what if you catch the fish and you get sick? Well, that could be a danger. What if you wander off and you go into a lake because you need to clean up and something bad happens? That's a danger. So in my mind, Garden Lake Park is not a good option. Plus, we have lots of brush. So we talked about the City Hall parking lot, but when I go on our website, we as a city own 8 parks. And I'm not in favor of the parking lot per se as a place for people who are not in vehicles to be. But right here at the corner, we actually have a park, and it's called, on our website, it's called the South First and C Street Pocket Park. So it's actually a city park. It has a covering, it has a picnic table, it has a bench, it has a garbage can. There's a little strip of bark dust there, and we've received reports every month from our deputy as to how many homeless people we have in Creswell, and it's generally 6 to 10, and they're pretty much all in vehicles. Very few people who are camping, and so that spot, if the requirement is sit, lie, sleep, keep warm, and dry, that spot provides options for probably 5 or 6 people to keep dry underneath, to have a toilet, to have a garbage can. It is a city park, as has been mentioned. It's accessible. It's got all kinds of services. And so I think that that is a park we could designate. That would be a place where you could stay overnight with whatever manner and time restrictions we want to put on it.
Can you show me on here where that's at?
I can show you. It's
If you go right across the street,
it's not on here.
adjacent to the parking lot,
This is the bike. Let me show you on this map.
okay?
It's adjacent to the parking lot. It's the little seating area there.
Oh, okay.
Oregon grape.
Okay.
And there's actually a park sign.
right there.
It's posted there.
Never seen it, but I believe you.
So it's actually, it's a pocket park that was created about 10 years ago. And we currently do have lots of our homeless people who have lunch there and are there. So that's already a spot. We have a handicap accessible, AD accessible bathroom here. So that would be my number one option in terms of a place for a non-vehicular location, with the vehicle location being downtown commercial zone for vehicles. I recognize that we may need a backup place if the numbers get too great, but I want to talk to them about ordinances. So one person said to me, well, once we create an ordinance, it's good and it's done and we can't ever change it. That's not true. The city council can change an ordinance in about 2 weeks' time, to where if we create an ordinance and then we recognize the situation is growing or it's not a good situation, the city council can convene and an ordinance can be drafted, and if it's passed unanimously, it can go into effect immediately. So we have a lot of flexibility with ordinances. So I do think that a backup site could be the bicycle wayside station. It presents lots of options for additional folks. But I would rather just start with one spot that is very small, observable, there's no cover. I'm opposed to the wastewater facility site because it's large, there's lots of trees, lots of cover, hard to manage. There's one single access road back into it, which is really there for our wastewater people. And I would hate to make that a stop. Michelle?
With all due respect, it's also outside the city limits.
Okay. So we have to find a space within the city limits.
The bicycle wayside?
No.
No, the wastewater treatment plant.
Wastewater.
Not according to your map.
No, according to the map, it's outside. You were looking at the UGB. It's inside the UGB, but it's outside the city limits.
Oh, okay. Well, it's right behind somebody's houses anyway. It would be horrible.
Okay, so those are my thoughts on place. So now the question is, if there's members of the public that,
Can we follow up?
no, we will have plenty of time to follow
Got
up.
to speak to the RV parking, but the rest of us did not.
No, we will all have time to
That's
follow up.
unfortunate.
Yeah, it really is.
That's unfortunate. That was decided
We
prior to.
will have time to follow up, council members. We will have time to follow up. You will not be silenced. If there's members of the public who have a specific place that you want to propose that is not mentioned, if it's already mentioned, then we're good. But if you have a place that's not mentioned, please raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you. Tell us your name, please.
Deborah Yee.
Okay.
I would just like to discount two places that you keep going over and over and over. Garden Lake Park, you can end up just by the land, let alone near the water, contaminating the other two waterways that go into Hill Creek Confluence. I confirmed that through talking to the
Okay.
Coastal Fork, but also the bicycle wayside, which seems to be a secondary issue. If I'm not mistaken, prior to my moving to Creswell 5 years ago, our community deeded that to the city. And also, even though there may be houses set back from that corner, there's a direct house over the fence, but more importantly, children and families bring their bicycles to there for the pump station, for the facilities that are there. That's a draw right there, where if the true attempt is to assure that public spaces and facilities are still available for their intended use, that has to be removed from any option for the future.
Okay, so Garden Lake Park is not on that list, correct? So only the bicycle station is on the list. Any other member of the public who has, go ahead, and your name, please?
Sam Stotts.
Sam Stotts.
Couple clarifying things as well. The House bill doesn't dictate that it has to be within the city limits. If it's city property, not within the city limits, doesn't require it. So if you still want to go forward with your wastewater, I wouldn't recommend that place either. A Creswell residence offered his location. If it's something that the city wants to possibly look at a rental or so, it's about 1 acre. It's just south of Point S on the railroad tracks. It's an acre lot, east side of the railroad tracks, south of Point S. It's a skinny little strip just south of Point S. And he's saying he would offer, you could negotiate a rental of that space per month, and you would have that strip as well. So as a possible, it doesn't have an exact address, but it's, I have a screenshot of a map to show anybody that would like to see it. I would also recommend the no location at all, but if you're going to the parking lot across the street for the previous things that were pointed out, and also we can get into the manner and the time for it as well. But something I noticed that one of our local cities did as regulations for that location, just going to specific locations, and part of the ordinance of no camping in other spots in the city, and these are proposed to be enacted and were voted on unanimously by that city council, by the way, is that no camping within 5 feet of a roadway, which no matter what place you pick, adding that to your ordinance. So that way it's safety for the people camping and safety for the vehicles traveling the roadway, that there's not an issue between those. So wherever you pick, no camping within 5 feet of a roadway. Also, no camping on sidewalks, pathways, and that's ADA compliance. So they actually have that part of whatever, again, location that you pick, as part of the city ordinance that for camping or prohibited camping. And they have specific measurements put in place for that, which again, that'd be part of it, I'm guessing manner, so you can go into those down the road, but at least that specific piece. No camping within 100 feet of a waterway.
Yeah, I think you're talking about manor now.
Well, these are locations, no
Okay,
camping of 100
okay,
feet of a waterway.
okay.
I didn't go into the specific size of the camping on the ADA, because that would be manor. But then no camping in those specific locations of a sidewalk, a pathway, a passageway, those are all locations, so, but the distances we can get into during manor. But no camping within 100 feet of a waterway due to the various reasons people pointed out, the contamination and the thousands or hundreds of thousands and the millions that have been spent to try to fix that problem. Again, unanimous, they voted on these. No camping to block a building, any building, especially city buildings, entrance, exit, access ramp, or stairs. Again, just talking about locations, so whatever location you pick, that they can't block entrance, access, or stairs, part of ADA compliance. One, they have this location cannot be within 1,000 feet of an educational facility. You can manage that or look at that, but at schools, theirs is their library. You might have an issue with that parking lot across here, or change that dimension. And they also are adding in licensed daycare and childcare for protection of, again, schools or educational locations. And then I think that's it for locations. So a lot of this is manner and some time.
I'm sorry, could you repeat how far from the roadway?
It was 5 feet within a roadway.
Okay, thank you.
No sidewalks, pathways, or access ways. Shared access is what the verbiage they use. Shared use paths. So that way they're accessible to everyone, including people with disabilities, children. I think that was it. And then 100 feet of the waterway, you got the rest of those?
Okay, other members of the public? Clear in the back.
Alan Dukes. I haven't heard any mention about the city maintenance yard. I don't want any here either, but city maintenance yard's going out that.
Right next to the middle school.
Oh, is it?
Isn't it?
No.
The one north on 99?
Oh.
It's out, it's well outside of the city. Yeah.
We have a clarification on what 3115 says about city property versus city limits.
I think that's something for the attorney to answer. I can't.
That's what I figured too, but I thought it helped the rest of the conversation.
Yeah, it doesn't mention city limits, it just talks about city property. So it'd be part of the reasonableness test. So I think you probably could consider city property that is outside the city.
Can we get clarification that Garden Lake Park is off the table?
Yes.
Well,
None of us suggested
by the
it.
fact it's not on the list means it's not anything that the council is interested in. So that's not on the list. Okay, other members of the public, were you finished in the back?
Yes.
Okay.
In the Q&A.
Okay, I don't know
Name?
Lori Eichelberger. I don't know what heading this would go under, but I did want to throw it out because I wanted to understand more about what this whole Ninth Circuit Court thing and all the states that are involved. Didn't realize there were 9 western states involved, which is so surprising. But I also was reading what other cities within those 9 states have done. Spokane, they actually changed it to an infraction instead of a criminal offense. And that, they felt that got them off the hook because it wasn't criminalizing the act, but they could still move them. So it's possible to consider changing it to an infraction as opposed to having it be a criminal offense to camp in places that aren't designated or are not allowed, like in parks that should be closed overnight, including Garden Lake Park.
Okay, so we will have opportunity for that discussion,
I wasn't sure. where-
Stacy and others on the council. So this has to do again with place. Okay,
Diana Habercorn, what about Cinderella Park? They can't do any damage out there. That's a
not
big
owned by the
dump
city,
site. But you
county.
just said it doesn't have to be in the city.
No, it's not
limits.
owned by the city, it's owned by Lane County.
It has to be owned.
That's Lane County.
I
Yeah.
was mistaken. Somebody told me the city.
Well, many years ago, we were in negotiation that they were going to give it to us, and we were going to make it our big park, but they took back the offer. So that's county, sorry. Okay, in the back.
Yeah.
Name-
My name's Scott
name-
Fetter, and my parents and stuff owned where Ash Grove is now. And you can take off the easement down there by the Creswell Creek, because that's within 100 feet.
Is that on the list
Right
here?
away for going to the sewer pond, that's an easement right past Ash Grove. So that's an easement, and it's within 100 feet of Creswell Creek. So you can take that off the list.
The West Side wastewater treatment plant is, yeah, what you're talking about.
Yes.
Cliff, can you confirm that?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, we hadn't yet talked about the restriction of whether it was within 100 feet. That hasn't been our conversation, so we won't take it off yet. Okay, last thoughts on place.
Just for clarification, the reason I brought up Garden Lake is because in the newly revised May 19th Q&A, Garden Lake is mentioned over and over and over in there, including about how to police it, how to clean it, resources and other stuff. So if it's off the table, it needs to be completely removed from here because it's a little bit misleading just that it might still be an option or something after this. And then also at a prior working session in April, when there were only a couple people here, I had actually asked specifically when we were looking at the maps, why out near the Filbert Orchard on the east side of the highway, south of Dale Cooney, north of the airport, on all that flat land, why something couldn't be out there if you truly felt the need to assign a piece of property. And I was told it was not in the urban growth boundary and it was not in the city, but the most current Lane County map shows that it's both.
Can you show me where you're looking at?
So the airport's here, Dale Cooney and the Filbert Orchard and the Christmas Tree Lane, just that flat area out there.
That's the end of the runway. So that's not a safe place. And the FAA has guidelines about what can go on an airport, so we have to follow that. But thank you.
It's owned by sewer money. Okay, so now we're going to call our attorney up.
How about the Dillard property?
Name, please?
Nathan Marple, the Dillard property.
Where we spray the effluent?
Well, there's a house and you don't spray near there.
Okay, but we put the effluent there.
There's someone already camping there.
Is there somebody already camping?
I'll put it here.
Dillard Road is way north. It's up by Dillard Road, and it's fields that the city owns, and then in the summer months we spray our effluent up there. You won't see it
It's
there.
not even on here.
No, it's way, you gotta go west and north. Okay, so council
Got our sewage on.
and our attorney, this comes back to us now as a council to talk about place and see if we can settle on some things that we want to give as directions to our attorney or not. So just raise your hand, council, and speak as you wish. Michelle?
I put your maybe in pink. That's a maybe. I didn't really want it, but I would consider it. That's a third fee.
Okay, so council, this is our turn. Just raise your hand, and then I'll call on you, and we're talking about place, and we're trying to see if we have some directions to give into a new ordinance. Kelly?
I would say just as I'm looking at the potential places, I'm also thoughtful about the data that has been shared about our unhoused population here in Creswell over the course of the last several years. And the answer has always been it's about 10. And then there are some car campers, and again, please correct me if I'm misremembering. We have some car campers and we have some unhoused individuals that are kind of camping. And so as I think about place, and as I think about what is our need that we believe that we have right now, is I think that City Hall parking lot, and then in addition to that pocket park, that may be something that fills that need in terms of a place.
So you want to cast another one down here?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Norma?
I don't know that much about what the pocket park is, but the only table I know of is right there in the parking lot. Where is this other table located?
That's the pocket park.
Oh, okay.
It's off the parking lot in a separate space that has a covering, picnic table, and a bench, and a garbage can.
Okay,
And that's actually a park.
right, okay. Then I did understand where it was.
Right.
I'm still thinking we have more control over the parking lot as far as setting time and rules than we do at any of the other places.
Parking lot, but not the park.
Well,
I'm just asking
I
for
see them as the
clarification.
same.
Same thing, me
I
too.
see them as
Yeah.
together, so count them as one instead of separate. Because there's, yeah.
So for clarification, are you thinking people not in vehicles in the parking lot, sleeping on the ground or in tents? I'm just getting
I
clarification.
was thinking along that line. It's not going to be something that's wonderful for people, but I think we can control information on when they can camp and when they have to be moved. Easier there than anywhere else.
Michelle?
We could take out the Oregon grape that's there and make more space for tents.
Okay.
I'm sure we could plan it around Garden Lake Park.
You're speaking about the bark area?
Talking about where the long strip along the side that has the
Park?
Oregon grape in it.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, other counselors? Tammy?
I am not going to vote yes on any place that we make comfortable and accommodating to individuals that need to move along. And I know many of us have said over and over, we have compassion, and this is not I'm speaking for the constituents that I have spoken to, and I'm going to stand firm in what I'm saying because I've spoke to so many constituents, and I've been very active on Facebook and answered questions, hours and hours and hours of questions. I've given out my personal cell phone and talked with residents, and I have to go with what I've heard. So nowhere is the answer, and we went around and we all set a place, and I don't know why the heck we're doing it again. Because we set a place, we're done. 3 people said don't designate a spot. 3 and maybe Counselor Holt, if we do the time requirement, would agree with the parking lot. So why are we still doing this?
Michelle?
Just for my own clarification, are you against removing the Oregon grape from that planter box?
Yeah, I don't think,
I just wanted to know.
I don't think we want to provide a nice area and advertise it and promote it and talk about it and just, I'm really worried that this issue was in the Chronicle a few weeks ago, and I'm really worried. If you build it, they will come. And the constituents have said, these folks can go elsewhere to get mental health care, addiction services, food, housing, and I'm a realtor, and I'm happy to help somebody get a USDA no down payment loan and buy a place. But first they gotta take care of themselves, and it's not that I'm a cold person, it's that our town is very small, and we cannot handle what has happened in Cottage Grove. We absolutely cannot handle it. So I'll talk more when we get to time.
We have zero services for them.
Right, exactly my point.
And we're not proposing to add any.
We are not. None of us want this, so the only reason we're discussing it is for fear of getting sued.
Absolutely.
The only reason we're discussing it. So we went through, I don't know why we gotta go around again.
I want to follow up a little bit though, so I'm going to make a case too.
Well, I'm sure you're done, then it's Counselor Smith.
I'm disappointed that the format of tonight's meeting was not shared with us prior to the meeting. Very disappointed in that.
Counselor Smith?
You brought up liability a little bit earlier with Garden Lake. I'd also like to maybe speak for the businesses that are right here. I tried to speak with Tom Ellis. I've definitely spoken with Ryan Hofstadt, how they would feel if we shoved a park there, and that's why I say no. The liability of a business that we put in an ordinance, and that business sues the city of Creswell because you put them here, and they get broken into every night, like the brewery downtown Eugene. The liabilities are everywhere. I'm tired of getting dictated by Portland telling us what to do all the time, and we need to set the standard for every business, every community, every small town, that we're not gonna take this anymore. There's no place in Creswell. Liability's on yours. If you want them so bad, you take them, you deal with the lawsuits. We say no, I'm not gonna do it. So the liabilities are too great across the board, every which way you put it, and that is what they're trying to give to us. They are trying to push their liability and all the future lawsuits on us to deal with. We can't afford that. And the taxpayers of this town deserve better than that, so.
Yes.
Counselor Holt?
100% agree. And I'm going to piggyback that by saying that I also truly believe that this is an unfunded mandate. And so I think that if it did come back on us, we'd have some leverage. I am not a lawyer, but I have talked to some lawyers. And unfunded mandate, it's a real thing. And the problem is, I think in Oregon, is people are too afraid to fight the system. And so I'm not. So, yeah.
Okay, other counselors? So I'm going to call Ross up here. So it appears that what we have here is we have several votes for City Hall parking lot / the City Hall Pocket Park, and we have several votes for no location. Are those the main ones that we counselors agreeing on? City Hall parking lot / City Park, and the second one would be no designation. I think the Bicycle Wayside Park got a couple of votes. Alonzo and I both mentioned that one.
Oh, sorry.
So I guess the question is, if the city designates no place, now we do have in our municipal code that there is a fine, correct? At this point, there is a fine. It is $200, $500. So if
Draft
there,
ordinance changed it to 250.
so if we remove the fine and we say there's no place, we need your legal help.
Well, so if there is no punishment for a violation, there's nothing to enforce. So, I mean, a violation goes hand in hand with the prohibition. So I think you either clear off camping, if you clear off the violation, you would be allowing camping. So, because there would be nothing for our deputy to do to enforce it.
I'm confused. If you clear a fine, it can still be a violation without a fine, right? All I'm proposing is to remove the fine.
Punitive damage.
Still have the rules, and they are expected to be followed, but remove the fine, the punitive damage, so that we're within the law of Boise versus Martin.
Just like
Martin
garage
versus
sale
Boise.
signs.
Yeah.
There's no fine, you just have, it's just the city takes them down.
Can I say something? I don't know what, the way I understood this, Ross, and as I asked you, emailed you the question as to what if we do nothing, which kind of circled back to around the fine, which I think I'm trying to wrap my head around this whole conversation and understanding this. I think by lowering the fine to whatever amount demonstrates the reasonableness of the regulations, which we do want regulations, do we not? Because if we don't have any regulations, how can we tell people you can't camp here?
That's right.
Right.
So that's the way I understand it. So we
that sounds
want
good.
time, place, and manner, right? Well, if we don't have time, place, and manner, how can we regulate camping?
How have we been doing it so
Okay,
far?
hang on.
I'm asking Attorney Ross this
Yeah.
question.
I guess you asked, ask the deputy. I don't know how you've been doing it so far. I think so far you have not been regulating camping. So if we do the status quo, I suppose the status quo would be no regulation of camping.
Michelle?
Two things. One, we have been enforcing the 72-hour parking rule, and we have been contacting people who have been camping and encouraged them to move along, and that's what we have done. We haven't given any fines because they're not going to pay them anyway, so that's been our current practice. The other question I have is there is a very important part of the Boise ruling regarding the 8th Amendment, and that is that people have a right to be. And I'm wondering about how this discussion of we don't want them here in town, they can't be in town, are we in violation of the Constitution if we do not give them a place to be? The Ninth Circuit Court was really clear that that was where they were headed, was everyone deserves a place to be. And I don't know, that's my understanding.
Well, within the confines of time, place, and manner, though. So they have a right to be, but we can regulate where that is, and when that is, and how that is.
But if we continue to push people out, we're saying you can't be here. So we're not giving them the right to be. That was kind of what happened in Boise. They needed a place to be.
Yeah, and Boise was more about the fine, though. They were sanctioned for that conduct.
But they talked about the 8th Amendment to the Constitution. That is not something that was ignored. I'm just trying to protect the city.
And isn't the,
Hang on, we're not just going to interrupt.
sorry,
Ross, do you have a response to Michelle in terms of protecting the city?
Well, so if we have a prohibition on all sleeping, lying, resting in the city of Creswell, I think that's a risk. I can draft an ordinance that does that, and we can take that risk.
Okay. Councilor Shuck?
By saying you don't want to designate a place for camping, I am not saying that I want the rules of our parks to change. Our parks close at 9 p.m. during a certain time of the year, 7 p.m. during the fall and winter. I am not proposing that we change that. I am simply saying we are not designating a place. I would defer to Alex for him to tell us what he would do, what his deputies would do. If a tent were erected in Holt Park, what would you do?
Well, right now,
Right now.
we're kind of deferring everything until we have a resolution here.
So you would talk to the person, encourage them?
Encourage them.
Just like you have been?
But if push came to shove and it came time to either arrest or walk away, my deputies aren't gonna make that arrest right now until we have something on the books with guidance on what we're gonna do. And it's been that way since I took over the contract in February. That was the agreement that Sergeant May had made. And I'm continuing that until we come up with a resolution here so as to protect basically everybody from that liability.
Counselor Holt?
Martin versus Boise, isn't it being appealed right now?
No, it's done, it's fine.
They're not gonna appeal it?
It's run its course. It's been appealed, and the certiorari was rejected, so it's a final.
Okay.
It's fine.
And then my other question is, can we not come up with time, place, and manner rules without designating a spot?
Yes, that's what we can do.
Right, yeah. But where would those apply?
Well, we would make them apply to,
Just
I
like
mean,
what
just
you
reading off the
already-
list
Hold on. One at a time.
that this gentleman over here, or no camping within 5 feet of a roadway. Like, we can make all of these designations without actually designating a spot as a homeless camp.
Sure, yeah, and then as long as, when we put all those regulations together, there is somewhere left over where someone can sleep.
Is that required?
Yeah, I believe it is. We
You
have,
believe it is or it is? Because right now, we're at this point where we need definitive.
well, we're looking at a law that isn't even effective yet, and so it hasn't been tested. And so I'm giving my opinion under that law that if the city of Creswell provides no place for someone to sleep, then that would not be reasonable
I'm
under
not
the
saying we
law.
wouldn't provide a place. I'm saying we're not going to formally designate a spot. That's what I'm asking. All I'm saying, formally
Right,
designate a spot.
And how I'm answering that question is, once we put all those restrictions
manner.
into place, is there somewhere on the map where someone could sleep overnight without? Okay, well then, yes, then we could do that.
The parking lot.
Right there.
But it's covered under the park regulations right now. You'd have to designate it to remove the park regulations.
The pocket park.
Okay.
Couldn't we just amend the park regulation to make it compatible? I mean, there's a lot of options here. We can't keep just focusing on, let's make a place.
We can remove the regulation on the parking lot itself is covered as off limits, so we can
We
remove
don't
the
have to
regulation.
designate it as a camping spot. We can remove the regulation without actually publicly
Well, sure.
designating this.
Sure.
This is what I'm getting at. Because Cottage Grove made this mistake. I don't want to make the same mistake.
Okay, I'm gonna have,
It is a de facto public declaration of a spot. If you say they can stay over there and you remove all of the park restrictions off of it, you have designated a spot.
I'm gonna have Norma speak first. She hasn't had an opportunity, then we'll come to Tammy.
If we don't designate a space, does that mean it's open to them camping anywhere they choose to?
No, because parking
Time,
doesn't
place,
have
and manner.
the parks close at a certain time.
Okay, again, Norma asked a question. I believe that question is directed to Manager Amber or to Ross.
I
Manager Amber?
believe what I hear being proposed is that all of the regulations that are currently in place will stay in place. So, and unless someplace has some permissive language that takes away the regulation. And right now, we don't allow anyone to be on city property without conversation with our deputies.
Okay.
Okay, I believe Councilor Shuck had her hand up.
Thank you. Are we going to move on to the manor discussion?
Yes,
Okay.
but not yet. But we will get there, yes.
Well, it seems that that's what we're talking about,
Well,
so.
we're gonna get there in a minute.
Okay. The ordinance that came to us to vote on, and Counselor Smith made a motion that Counselor Holt seconded that said we would accept the ordinance as written by city attorney with the exception of pulling out the designation of Garden Lake Park. I'm still in support of that, 100%. No use of power generators, no erection of structures, animals have to be leashed and crated, and so on and so forth. We've done the work on that. We've already said no dumping of gray water, no open flames, no creation of that. Place seems to be the only thing in dispute here, designated place or not. And we just keep going over it and over it and over it. I don't see that we're getting anywhere.
So the ordinance as is, if I'm correct, does designate place for vehicle camping.
Yes.
And that is the downtown commercial and the industrial zone along public right-of-way.
Yes.
So that would be placed, that would be designated if you're in a car or a vehicle.
Correct.
Or a RV.
Yep.
Within those restrictions. So then I just had one question for Ross. What we've been also told is the language reasonably objective or objectively reasonable, I'm not sure which way that goes, that whatever you establish has to be objectively reasonable to all parties, including the unhoused person. And if it's not objectively reasonable, then that becomes grounds for a lawsuit or something to that effect. So can you explain your understanding of that phrase and how that works? If we say there is no place, then does that open us up to it's not objectively reasonable?
If there is no place for someone to sleep overnight in the city of Creswell, it is my opinion that that is not objectively reasonable. That there has got to be some place where someone can sleep overnight. It doesn't have to be comfortable. It doesn't have to be anything. It can be, technically it could be a sidewalk. It could be a parking lot. If there is somewhere in the city where someone can sleep overnight, and then you look at, that's one factor, and then the other factor is your population of homeless. I think if we designate, it's my opinion, if we designate a very small location, or if through all the negative prohibitions that the resulting place that's left over is a very small place that could sleep one person, and yet we have a population of 10 or 12 or 20, then that would play into the objectively reasonableness analysis. And so at some point, it would become not reasonable to expect everyone, all 10 or 12 or 20 of those people to sleep in that very small place. Does that answer the
Then I have a
question?
question for our deputy. So if there's an individual sleeping in the downtown sector in front of a business at 1 o'clock in the morning, and you come and you find that person and you ask them, so tell me what you would do with an individual sleeping at 1 o'clock in the morning downtown in front of a business?
I think it depends on the rest of the situation. You know, if they're laying there surrounded by trash, they've created a huge mess, that's somebody that they've now committed other violations other than just sleeping. If they're just asleep in front of a business, we're likely not taking any enforcement action at that point, just based on what's on the books right now. Now, if we had a designated area, like what we're trying to work towards here, if we had a designated area, then potentially we could direct them to that area and say, this is where you are allowed to sleep. Otherwise, you'll be faced with this fine, this sanction, whatever that may be. But right now, since we don't have that designated area, we're not directing anybody to pack up and leave in the middle of the night if they're just laying in front of a door.
So then my next question is, if they're there at 11 o'clock the next morning?
Well, then it could create a situation where the business can't get people inside, and now we've got another issue that we need to address. which in that case, we're contacting them and saying, hey, it's time to go. And if they're on that business's property, potentially they're trespassing, and we can address it in that manner, rather than just with a sleep ordinance.
Okay. Other input from the council? So it sounds like the direction we would give to our city manager and our attorney would be in drafting a new ordinance that we would list 2 options, and then the council would have to decide at the June 12th council meeting. 2 options being city hall parking lot / pocket park, or no designation.
Middle of the page. Oh.
And the council will have to work through that and decide. So let's move on now to manner. And we will do the same thing. We will talk about manner, and manner has to do with the how of camping. So we're going to go reverse order this time, and we're going to start with Councilor Smith. Thoughts on manner?
Well, since I'm completely against them, I guess I don't really have a manner, because I don't want it at all. TJ spoke, and I don't want it at all, so I don't know how to implement other than saying no, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Shuck.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I really didn't say much.
What did you say?
Well, I don't want it at all. I'm not going to vote any other way than no. The people have spoken, it's what they want, so I really have no option to give you a manner other than no, let's not vote for it, and it is what it is.
Do you have any objections to what was presented in the ordinance?
No,
That had some
other than
manner.
the language, no.
You're
Other than
okay with the
language I want
ordinance?
to remove, yeah.
Except for garden lake park?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Shuck.
I agree with what we put in the ordinance about the standards and the vehicle parking, and we have to move it every 72 hours and so on. I agree with the ordinance. Just don't want to designate a spot for,
But for vehicles, it's okay.
For vehicles, I think we worked hours and hours on that, and the officer felt very confident that his guys could enforce, so I have no objection to that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. And then we have Councilor Osborne.
Can we ask that they have a free permit to do that? Can we designate the time, no sooner than whatever, 9 p.m., and they have to be out of there by 9 a.m. or whatever, but designate a time?
Okay, we're going to come to time next.
Okay.
We're going to get there too.
I thought that would be manner, but okay. Sorry, it's hard to know exactly what comes under each of these categories.
Okay. Councilor Holt.
I kind of agree with Nick. I'm not interested in designating a spot. I will vote no on designating a spot. As far as manner, if we're going to, I think that we would be better off actually coming up with the manners versus the spot anyhow. I would like to see some language surrounding open drug use added to this. Obviously not making it legal. But I would like to see some language about that not being allowed, especially, considering the kids and stuff out in our community. I think that the third whereas statement on page 2, whereas the city recognizes that surviving on city streets and city properties is typically an option of last resort, etc., I think we can strike that. I don't think we need this statement at all. I think that the second whereas statement on page 2, depending on which direction we go, what gets decided, I feel like this also encourages camping, and so I think this would need to be worded as well. In fact, I don't like any three of these. All three of these need revisited. Page 2 of 6 for the whereas statements. They're all very like inviting, like come camp in Creswell. We got you. I use other city experiences as an example of what not to do.
Yeah. Yep.
I also, on no dumping, no storage, I agree with all that. Yeah, that's all good. So I think that's about it for me. Other than I would like to request that we take a small break after we finish up this piece.
Okay. All right, Councilor Castilla.
I would have no problem with eliminating some of that soft language as well. I would have no problem with it stating something to the effect that whereas that we are complying with Oregon state law that has been mandated on us. This is why we're doing some of these things. In section 1A, it talks about cooking activities, and clearly the HB 3115 says no flame, right? No fire, no flame. And it's implying cooking activities, I guess. I mean, that would imply flame or heat, and also there it says including heat and cold, which also implies flame. And in section 1A, under 3, camp materials. I think some of those, it's clear there what you can use, but I think there's plenty of room there for what materials that cannot be used, such as pallets, just unfavorable building material, fasteners, things that would, display a permanent structure. I think there's plenty of room here for more strengthening protections for our city property. If we're going to have to do something, I think that we need to really strengthen whatever we can to protect our property. And I would under section 1C, any camping or camp where allowed may only occur for, we talked about the 72 hours. These were amendments that we never got to get at the meeting that I wanted to suggest. That we could do from 8 a.m. or 8 p.m., which does not technically dedicate a spot for 24-hour camping. And then maybe strike the 200, after 72 hours, and the 200 feet. I think that that definitely speaks to the manner of how a person camps. Let's see what else. Section 4. Yeah. Section 4 of the, we talked about a little bit on section 4D, about under vehicles. The law enforcement officer or code enforcement officer for vehicles can, I guess a little bit on manner and who's going to enforce. I know LCSO is going to enforce, but can our code enforcement officer also enforce? Our public works people, can they enforce?
If it's in the municipal code, then our code enforcement officer can.
Okay.
The Public Works Department doesn't have enforcement duties given to it I don't believe in any context of our municipal code.
Can they be given?
If the city council writes it in, they can.
Or if they would be comfortable to,
They don't have the training.
the reason I suggest that is because I feel that maybe LCSO may need all the help they can get if this grows into something bigger than what we have right now.
I don't know that we pair our public works people enough to be enforcement officers. I don't think they have the training to be enforcement officers. I'm not sure they have the time to be enforcement officers. Those would all be questions that would have to be looked into.
Sure. And the only reason I bring that up is because I've seen other cities have empowered their public works and code enforcement officers to pick up some of that load.
Well, our code enforcement officer, that's her job.
Sure, okay.
And LCSO, that's their job.
Sure.
And they work together, and they already do that.
Okay, then in section 4 in F, there's language in there that at the end of the, it says, no person may use a vehicle or recreational vehicle for shelter or sleeping on city property or at any city parking lot, including any parking lot unless otherwise posted. A person may use a vehicle or recreational vehicle for shelter or sleeping on public rights of way only if the person maintains all of the following standards. So that if they're not following the standards, I mean, that implies that, hey, they're gonna have to hit the road.
Right.
So that, can that same language be carried over for whatever camping rules are put together? So we could add that language to the camping rules, wherever they fall, whenever we get there. Okay, great. Yes, and then also, and if you look at the car, I mean, there's just a much more thorough laid out things, standards that are called out for car camping. And I think if we work at it, we can come up with a really good list of camping rules as well, the do's and don'ts. And for number 5, I guess it's probably a given, Sergeant Speldrick, but could we include that those vehicles need to be licensed, tagged, up to date? I mean, it's not in here. I would assume that'd be a given, but it's not in here.
Great
Be
idea.
added to the code.
Okay, so
I'm for that.
yes, we should have that in there. So then that answers my question. So if they're not following the park rules of the ordinance, they can be asked to leave. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And I wanted to add one more thing that might be getting passed over. If we could add, and I don't know what the language would look like, but some sort of language to allow us to consider them, if they won't follow these rules and they're on city property, consider them trespassing at that point, since it's city-owned property, and have us be able to act accordingly. Because otherwise, it takes away our teeth to be able to enforce a lot of these regulations.
Would that require the trespassing letter and so forth? Like
I
a
think
businesses?
just the consent with LCSO,
Okay.
you know, the Creswell deputies, to say, hey, if they're in violation of this, they are trespassing on city property.
Okay.
And I think that's, I'm not an attorney, but pretty reasonable language to be added.
So, yeah, and then just, I mean, there's other things that we could do. I mean, some of these may not apply anymore to, since we've changed, but I think that, like I said, if we just work together, I think we could just come up with stricter strengthening protections for the camping as well. And I had a question too about and I think somebody mentioned it, Mr. Stubbs, I think, mentioned it, about 1,000 feet away from any type of educational building. Would that apply? Maybe that question's for Attorney Ross.
Would it apply? It could apply. I'll draft what you want.
Okay, all right, okay, good enough. Okay, well, that's it for now. If we get into working on more rules, there's a man in the back.
We're not taking, we're not taking any public comment right now.
Sorry, my bad.
We will get to that.
Okay.
Has everyone spoken?
No,
I think you're the last one.
Counselor Clark and then me.
Oh, okay. There's, in the Ashland ordinance, there's a section on pets. I don't think we have that in the ordinance. And I think there's a whole bunch of good practices in there about pets.
I agree.
And of course, the personal behavior, I think. Those two things are things I would encourage you to consider.
No, absolutely. Well, and the space between campers as well. But if we're going with the spot, there isn't a lot of space. So I don't know.
Yeah, they designate that it can only be in a certain footprint. I mean, some of those are really good manner rules that I think, in addition to what you've already talked about, could be added in on top of it, not instead of.
No, in addition to. Okay, I'm good.
All right, Councilor Clark.
Yeah, so I think when we originally were looking at this, I think we were looking at Bend as being a good model of an ordinance to follow, because, and I believe we also talked about it being one of the most strict ordinances that we had to compare to, that was also what we described as objectively reasonable. And so I really appreciate what Ross has done to be able to create objectively reasonable. I also echo similar thoughts to Councilor Castillo in terms of specifically under section 4, piece F, or I guess point F, right? I think that it speaks a lot to kind of no person may use vehicle or recreational vehicle for shelter or sleeping on city property. And so I think that list is really good. As I interpret it, though, it seems to be about vehicle use and vehicle camping, and so I'd like to see that expanded back to kind of tent camping, right? Or as we have defined that. I also want to echo what Manager Amberg shared in terms of kind of what the city of Ashland has done. I think the pieces around pets, I think that's really important. I think that's a really great manner for us to consider. I think that they've got some really good information there. I also agree in terms of personal behavior and unauthorized and illegal activities. I think that's also some really good, some language to follow and some expectations to follow. And I think that also, I think that speaks to some of the pieces around that I've heard back from our community, is that they're concerned about fires, that they're concerned about trash, that they're concerned about drug use. And so I think that goes back to that and starts to meet our community with what it is that they're looking for in terms of manner. I also really appreciated the work that Ross did in drafting this around manor. I think that this is manor, although it might be a little bit place, is to outline here's how big of a space that you can occupy within, like, as you are in the process of camping. And so I thought that was really good information, and I also really liked that it mirrored, in terms of, as I think, tent camping, it mirrored that 72 hours piece mirrored what the expectation is in terms of car camping as well. And so I really liked that. And again, as I was thinking about what is objectively reasonable, I felt like as I was reading that felt objectively reasonable to me.
Okay.
I was going to say, sorry, and then just one other thought. And so if, for whatever reason, if there's nothing that is included around kind of drug use, fires, trash, my understanding is that those are things that you can't do in the park already. And so if it's not outlined specifically, that I believe that would follow the park rules that we already have. So.
Okay, so some of the things that I had noted in terms of manner, section A, 1A3, this is on page 3 of our ordinance, where it talks about camp materials may include, but are not limited 2, and then it goes into tents, lean-to, chairs, tarps, so-and-so. So, I don't like the phrase, but are not limited to, because then it gives a long list of what is allowed, but it also says that there could be other things too. I'm not really comfortable with lean-tos, because I think that tends towards becoming more of a permanent sort of thing once you've created a lean-to. I'm not very comfortable with sleeping or bedding materials, or the word mattresses, because I think once that happens, then we get into it's very difficult for someone to move a mattress, a lean-to, in 24 hours. If the next morning you say you got to pack up and go, but there's a mattress here. And the phrase beds. So I think there's some allotment here in terms of what I would think is reasonable. It says tents, chairs, tarps, tarpaulins, because part of the provision is we have to make allowance for keeping warm and dry. That's part of what's written in the law. So I think chairs, tarps, tarpaulins, sleeping bags, blankets, food or storage items, I'm comfortable with those, but just the words I would have stricken would be, but are not limited to, and then the phrase lean-tos, sleeping or bedding materials, beds, and mattresses. Section 1C, 1 and 2 talk about space, and it says 200 feet. You must move all after, if once we've set a time designation and you have to move 200 feet away, but if they're in the little pocket park here, you can't move 200 feet away. There isn't 200 feet. So that would need to be changed to something like 25 feet, something that's reasonable within the small space we're designated. And then I do like the idea that it gives a designation for 12 by 12 feet or 144 square feet. If we put a very small piece of property, then that becomes a very large footprint on a very small piece of property. So I would suggest we need a much smaller footprint, something like maybe 9 by 9, something that's reasonable that you could put a tent up, you can put a sleeping bag, you can put whatever your belongings are. So just some adjustments on the amount of space. And that's all I had on manner. So now, members of the public, anything you want to add that has to do with manner? So I know we had a fellow in the back. I'm going to acknowledge you first again. Tell us your name.
Scott Fetter. Now, if you're going to go with the 1,000-foot rule for education, wouldn't that put the library within that 1,000 foot?
Question for our attorney.
Or flip, or library 1,000 feet from that little pocket park?
Probably under, you'd have to designate it, a lower footage.
Is the library designated educational?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then I think there was a man over here. Yes.
Yeah, so it's Dean Smith. Kind of a sidebar thought, as we're talking in manner, we were also talking a lot about enforcement and making city officials enforcers. I think the reality is if we designate a spot in town instead of going with the no place, the reality here is if you don't have enough law enforcement to back up the growth that will happen, if you look at Grove just down south of us, I lived there for a while, it will grow. You will need to have a fully funded police department to handle that. It is not Lane County Sheriff's Office duty to handle our mismanagement of city property. So you're either gonna get sued by the businesses, or you're gonna have to fund a full police department to then handle the growing homeless issue that we would then be creating. So it's something that I think no one's talked about, and we should really think that all the way through.
Okay, clear in the back.
Jason Stubbs. So one of the things also to think about is that we talk about these different things you want to put into place as far as regulations or manners of proximities. You have to think about too is we have new businesses that are moving into town. We have businesses that are wanting to upsize and relocate and get bigger footprints. Talking with the school, in the next 10 years, they anticipate a 400 student increase in the school system. And so in 10 years, what does that look like? If you look at two children per family, that's 100 new families, or 200 new families, and you've got how many people sell their house, move out, move in? That's 75 maybe new houses that have to be built. As you expand your urban boundary, how does that look like? And now all of a sudden, if you designate, these banners for that, your area changes, does that push that out then, and you become out of compliance at that point? So I'm trying to think about, as you're growing businesses in the community, because we have new businesses that are wanting to locate here now, how does that change if we put these proximities to things, and where does that move it out of?
Right now, it's open to the public. No, it's open to the public right now. Okay, clear in the back here, and then Lori, and then
Alan Dukes, your attorney also said that if you designate an area, so say like this parking lot out here, and you can put 15 people in there. What happens if you got 20 people here? What's going to happen? You're going to have to expand that park? Are we going to have to expand more places to fit how many people are going to want to be homeless in this town because they've heard that it's a good place to sit? That's something else to think about.
Lori?
Oh, just from a practical standpoint, that idea that you were gonna ask someone to move 200 feet every day, aren't you already doing that by virtue of setting time? Because if they have to be out by 8 in the morning, they're moving, and they're gonna come back. If they come back, they're gonna play musical chairs with the spots that are available when they come back. So technically, and I don't see how you'd realistically police that anyway. What are you gonna do, stand there and go, okay, you were in space 1, you gotta move over here. So by virtue of setting a time, I think you've already eliminated the need to make sure someone's moved 200 feet, because they'll be gone during the day, ideally. And then my other concern was, and again, I don't know if this is the right place to mention it, but are there gonna be sweeps of the parks at night? Because what's gonna stop them from going to the park, in Garden Lake in particular, because it's so wooded and it's so large? Are you gonna sweep those parks? Are you gonna put that gate back up, and lock it at night? Are you gonna put up signage that clearly states, the times of the park, so it's unavoidable?
Not there.
But in terms of who's gonna sweep the park? Because I know they come over, because our property, our private property for our HOA is right across the footbridge. They come in through there, so ideally there should probably be a gate there at night to keep them from going into the park or coming back or whatever, because they can enter the park anywhere along Mellon Road. They don't have to come through the parking lot, they just go over the edge. Who's gonna sweep that? We can't even have park benches on our walking paths for our own residents because of the homeless problem over there. And we had to block off our cinder block building where our bathrooms are because they were pooping in there and doing drugs and leaving their crap behind. So who's gonna sweep it at night to make sure they aren't going into those parks and that they're being told you need to go here instead? Because if there isn't enforcement, and then there's no coverage from 3 a.m. till 7 a.m. in the morning.
Right.
Who's gonna do the enforcement?
Okay.
Hi, Sam Stotts again. There's a lot to manage, so there's a lot of info here. But I would also propose that, since we're just talking about it, the city of Eugene changed, your definition of a campsite was a mirror image of Eugene's. I'm guessing years ago, the city council just copied and adopted theirs. They are changing theirs, they're updating it because they found there's some holes there. Where you guys incorporates the use of any tent, they've added tarp, I think along the lines of the mayor's talking about, some of the problems they ran into. Lean-to shack, they added wooden pallet to that as well, because they found that those little small loopholes that people were getting away with because tarp and wooden shack weren't on that. I would propose that you add that as well to yours to limit those, or restrict those. Going through the parts, because this is now a manor, but we talked about before, some of those distances. 60 inches or 5 feet from vehicular traffic. The sidewalks, access ways, shared youth path. The sidewalks were a minimum clear width of 48 inches, that again, the deputies can enforce that because it's an ADA non-compliance. And that their shared use paths have a minimum clear width of 120 inches or 10 feet. But it's a shared use path that they can't camp or encroach within that 10 feet. And these, again, are the ordinances that were unanimously voted in that they are going to be enforcing.
Right here.
Say again?
It's right here, yeah.
Yeah, so I would say, look over these, adopt these in as well. If their city manager has already approved these, their attorneys have already approved these are already proposed ordinances unanimously already voted on, that this is what's going into effect. They just had a hearing I attended last week. Did anybody oppose that? Nobody opposed it. So their next hearing, it sounds like they're a couple weeks ahead, that this will be locked in. So if they're doing that and their city manager and their city attorneys have already vetted this, use their money. They've already figured it out. Why waste that extra time and money? Throw it in there as well. That, again, I talked about the campsite or the blocking of businesses and so forth. And the deputy sergeant talked about if they find them at night. I don't know if this is something you guys can answer. Do you guys have a prohibited camping ordinance overnight, like a trespass letter on file? Do you guys do that here?
So since I took over the contract,
Yeah.
pretty much anything camping related has not been enforced in that manner.
Touched, okay. So what we have in the city where I work, because sometimes businesses can't be reached, he shows up at 11 o'clock at night and sees somebody on a doorstep. To be able to enforce trespassing on private property, he has to have a victim. The homeowner or the property owner has to be able to say, I don't want that person there. And if he can't reach them, then he can't enforce it. He's stuck by that law. So what they do in our city is they reach out. Okay.
Let me clarify a little bit for people that aren't familiar with trespass letters. So if there's a business that's contacted the sheriff's office, filled out a trespass letter, and said, you have our consent to enforce trespass laws without contacting us, then we can enforce it.
And
An
that's
overnight camping ordinance or something like that, we have not been enforcing because it's just a blanket, you can't sleep here type of thing.
So that will differentiate if they're on private property versus a city property. If they're if they're found in front of the insurance company's business on his doorstep, then that's private property. If they filled out one of those trespass letters on file, then they can enforce that because that's private property. Where this ordinance came in is if they were found at night in front of the library, or if they were found in front of City Hall's doors, then they couldn't enforce that, where this ordinance is allowing that. They're saying can't block a walkway, can't block a door, can't block an access way. So if he finds them at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, he would be able to enforce this. And then the waterways, 100 feet from a waterway, the 1,000 feet of an educational facility, again, the manner is, it means a public library, so you'd have to either change your ordinance to have a smaller amount to make it, or at least make one exemption for this library that they could be, maybe this library is 100 feet, so they can't be in their parking lot or doing their thing, but it's still 1,000 feet from other educational facilities if you want to keep that, or daycare. You have a daycare down Highway 99 that they're not trying to camp out and stuff in there. A couple other things that they do with their parks, and I think you guys have some of these, but you had a council that brought up that if you make this a little difficult, then they won't want to be here. So you're still maybe complying with what your attorney's afraid of, but you're giving some teeth to your deputies to be able to enforce, and you're making it to where if it's so inconvenient, I'll find a better city. I'll go to Cottage Grove, I'll go to Eugene, because there I don't have these problems. So some of the things they have is smoking of any kind prohibited. That's vaping, that's e-cigarette, that's regular smoking, that's marijuana, that's everything. So no smoking whatsoever is allowed in City of Eugene parks. Enforceable, it's a misdemeanor jailable offense.
We already have that.
Okay, well, and I don't know what you guys all have in and outs of, but sometimes even the smoking doesn't qualify. You have to add in the vaping and all the other stuff that's in there. Possession of any alcoholic beverages of any kind. So if they're found to have alcohol in the parking lot, they're kicked out. Now they're now in violation of your park rules, so then they can be removed by your deputies. Possession of glass containers. That might seem trivial, but it turns into a safety problem. They get broken in there, then people's got to park there the next day, you're in flat tires, glass gets broken, turns into a weapon. So literally you can be arrested and removed from the city parks of Eugene for having glass containers. We've had this rule for years. It's just a backdoor small thing to help your law enforcement out that they can fall on if they need to. I would say add that in. No hunting, discharging any firearms or fireworks, no erecting structures. That goes back to what the mayor wants of no canopies, no lean-tos, no structure whatsoever. They can build a tent, and you can exempt tent from that, but no other structures, and then your pallets and all sorts of stuff falls into that. No littering or dumping. So if you have somebody that they're, like he talks about, as they got their campsite, but they're littering or dumping in there, then that, again, that would be an offense that they can be removed for. And that part of the manner is it's a $500 fine or 30 days in jail. And that gives the teeth to your, they don't care about a fine, they're not gonna pay the fine, they can write a ticket, they don't care about that. But the 30 days in jail is the teeth that your deputy needs to be able to enforce that and to remove that. I actually going over some of the Ashland stuff and seeing this first time I've seen it, there's a lot of good things in here. I would say there's a lot that you can adopt and incorporate in as well. And again, all these extra restrictions will just make it to where they're just not gonna wanna have to deal with this. Just don't go there, don't go to that city. As for space that has 10 by 10, I would just use your parking space. You can actually designate in your ordinance that it's within the lined and marked parking spaces, whatever size that is, and you got one for each one. If they encroach over into somebody else's, then they're not allowed to do that. Also, that they can't go over and bother or harass somebody else in the other space. That space is their use for that night. They can't go over and bother a neighbor. And all their belongings have to fit in there. And then if it's 7:30 the next morning, which when you get into time, which I'd have a time, but we'll get into time, that anything they leave behind is abandoned property, and you can come up with whatever ordinance or policy you want for that. They store it for a certain period of time, I think, so that way legal doesn't worry about you taking their property and being sued for that. And then if they abandon it, they lose that. Pets are a phenomenal one that you need to have regulated. A lot of what they have in the City Ashland one is great. I would add a couple more. You guys have down that on a leash. Eugene had that as well, and we found there's loopholes in that. People were leashing their animals and then letting go of the leash. So then you try to say, well, your animal's not leashed. Well, it's leashed, but it's just running free. So they changed the ordinance to leashed and under the control of the owner. Yeah.
Or maybe you could get to, what would you add?
Under the control of the owner. So it's leashed, but they still have to control it. They got to be held to the leash, because what people don't want to do is hold on to their animal the entire time. So they leash it and then let it go, because Bob's a good dog and Bob won't hurt anybody until Bob bites somebody. So they just let it go, and they're following the ordinance. So they're changing it to leashed and under the control. So they got to hold on to it, or hold their collar at the end of there. And I would put in there that there's consequences for the animal as well, that animals aren't taken care of. Animals are a huge leverage for us. People love their animals. I get that. I love mine. So when we talk about that, if you're not taking care of the animal or doing it properly, your animal can be taken to Green Hill, and county uses that facility as well. It's a long drive from here. But when you tell people that you will be removed and or arrested for violating these ordinances, and when they arrest you and take you to jail, they now have to take your animal to Green Hill, they always leave, because they don't want their animal taken to the pound or taken to Green Hill. So that is, again, leverage, just by having that authority that you give him to, hey, if you don't leave in 15 minutes by the time I come back, you'll be arrested, your property will be bagged up, and your dog or your cat or your bird will be taken to Green Hill. They always leave. They don't want their animals taken. So use that leverage. Your attorney was right. You can't force people. You can't pay to force people to leave. It's kidnapping. Some places that's frowned upon. But you can always get consent. So if your parking lot does fill up, you can always find people. When you look at it, the federal government's doing it right now. They're having people come across the border, they're loading them onto planes and buses, and they're taking them to other cities. It's not kidnapping, because those people are consenting to go. So if you have, as a backup, that when your parking lot fills up, you find somebody, hey, you're willing to get up here, then we will, and you have to figure out how you're gonna do it, but bus you, shuttle you, figure out something. But if they're willing to go, that's consent. You can give everybody a ride anywhere. Florence does it all the time to the city of Eugene. They give people food, a little bit of a gift card, they put them on a bus and they ship them to Eugene. I see it frequently. And the people don't sue because it was consensual. They're given permission for that. A couple other, I don't know if that's gonna fall into time. Also, punishment, I think that falls under manner. As part of your ordinance, and Eugene's doing the same thing, penalties, and then give the deputies the teeth that they need, is that if they're violating these, that in and of itself is a misdemeanor, punishable by jail time up to 10 days and a $500 fine. And a willful is also jailable. So if the deputies come by and warn somebody, hey, you're not supposed to be here, you gotta be over in the park, but they continue, so they got either a warning or a previous citation, a willful violation is punishable by a fine, $500, and 10 days in jail. And that gives your deputies the teeth they need to be able to ask people to move along. If they don't, they'll remove them. And by removing them and taking them up to Eugene to the Lane County Jail now means they're not here. And they gotta figure out a way to get back, and that's gonna alleviate a lot of your problems that I don't have, or that I have in my city, because they're just right there. To help with the vehicles, and these are some different ordinances, so you can also pull these out. Theirs is 5.135, storage of vehicles on the streets. I think it would help your deputy out. He said he would like that they cannot be stored on the street or the public property. If the vehicle's registration sticker is expired, the vehicle has no license plate or registration sticker, and it allows them to be able to tow those vehicles. It's a towable offense. So again, at least they're gonna comply with having license plate and registration, and again, that just gives your deputies the ability to be able to enforce when you have somebody that won't move and they're just not complying with what you guys are wanting. Yeah, I think that's probably something I'm missing, but that's.
Okay,
Thank you.
anybody else for Manor, then we're gonna take a break. Anybody else in the audience on Manor?
One question, it's probably way off base, but if there has to be a designated area, can you limit the number of people that are there per night? Can you not cut it off at 10 or 12 or, does it say somewhere that it has to be unlimited amount?
I'm gonna defer to our attorney and our city manager.
I think you can have caps on the number of people in a location, but then you would have to, then there would be someone without a location, so that would be a problem for that one person. So you'd probably have to find another location.
Okay.
So I don't want to throw Michelle under the bus, but I think that's kind of the Springfield model, is that the city manager is empowered to find places for folks if they are over capacity.
Okay, anybody else, clear in the back? Name, could you tell us your name, please?
Carol Radke.
Okay, clear in the back.
Bill Kent. As long as we're talking about Manor, I don't think anybody's quite mentioned that these are residents of Creswell. They're not the unknowns from some other place coming here. We're talking about the residents of Creswell that have been here probably longer than some of the people who own houses. So keep in mind that the people I've talked with, and other than the deputy and Lonzo, I asked, how many of you guys talked to that are homeless in Creswell? Have you ever? Good. You've talked to some of them. The ones I've talked to, I have to admit, all live in vehicles. I have not talked to the one guy I saw sleeping in the drainage ditch over near the park, and I'm not even sure how you define whose property the drainage ditch is. But as we're dealing with our residents, you should keep in mind the fact that the law says reasonable to all parties. And it does say reasonable to all parties. And the homeless are parties and residents of Creswell. So I suggest while we enact a law to try and not become Eugene, let's not lose fact of the idea that this is supposedly a Christian town. And if you call it a Christian town, but let's just throw them all out and put them on the highway. It's a different Bible than one I had. So I want to speak for the homeless, since everybody is speaking for somebody.
Thank you, William. Okay, Lori?
So, thank you for sharing that. I actually talk to them because I walk in the park every day I make a point of saying hello to them so they know that I see them. And I have short conversations with them. And, and in doing so, I'm probably, in some circumstances, putting myself in harm's way. And the situation arose last night where there was a fella completely passed out with all his crap, including a broken bicycle, on our private property. And one of our residents came over and told me because she was out walking her dog and she was frightened by the situation. And so I give them the benefit of the doubt. I worked in nursing where that's what you do. I worked at Peace Health and you give them the benefit of the doubt, but you also stand a long way back. That's what they teach you. So in that situation, I tried to help this individual. I couldn't even rouse him. And I had no choice but to call the sheriff's department. And they actually showed up and I had to leave the scene. And they called me 2 hours later and they said, oh, good thing you called us because that particular person became very violent. We had to arrest him for trespassing and resisting arrest. And they're like, and he repeated it 3 or 4 times. Good thing you called us. He was very violent. And here I am trying to help him, offering to help him move his stuff. I'm putting myself in harm's way and I'm trying to calm everybody down. Oh, don't worry, they're probably not gonna be any trouble. They aren't gonna be dangerous. Well, sometimes they are. They are. So we can't put on, be completely Pollyanna about the situation. Yeah, there's some nice ones, but there's also some violent ones. And so we do need to have measures in place.
Okay, so we're going to take a break. And then we're going to come back and we're going to continue the council to talk about the matter.
There's some people that, he hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
I didn't see that.
Just farther to the left.
Name.
You saw me earlier, but you probably just forgot. I'm Dale Riddle, and I'll be relatively short. It appears that you're somewhere close between no designation at all with some type of regulatory and infrastructure, and then actually designated a place. And one of the issues that you brought up, and Ross didn't answer, and I don't know the answer necessarily myself. The question is, could you in fact ask somebody to take action, and you simply, if they violate your rule, there is no fine or penalty for doing it? I haven't necessarily heard that, but a couple of people asked that and it never got dealt with, and it seems like that's a piece of information that you ought to know, particularly if you're kind of in 2 different camps. The second thought is to possibly, Michelle brought up the issue about 8th Amendment and just being, and you might want to, this is off the top of my head, so you get what you pay for, but you might want to have a safe harbor clause in there that basically says if you're otherwise in compliance with the various specific restrictions that you have, then by definition, you're not, it doesn't go into the legal process where there's fines or jail or things of that nature. And it seems to me a court would have a pretty tough time saying that you violate this true and unusual punishment if there's no punishment. And that must have come up someplace else, I suspect, Ross. And it would be interesting just to know the answer to that question and then help you decide where you're going to go. Because you may come back and say, well, no, that's simply, there's a case and you can't do that. But if you can, you might want to know that. Anyway. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's take a break and then we will come back.
Of course, my pocket's not big enough.
I'd like to apologize for I security alarm on our level. Oh, no, I'm sorry for the sake. Marketing security was
People who own houses, 5 of them have ended up in their car.
I get the phone. We still, you know what, we still treat it like it's because you never know. And I'll be honest.
We have no, we have no ordinance in June. Here tonight, we would have to, yeah, I think that's what I mean by wrapping up tonight. I mean, we're not going to vote but if we can give some direction to Charles and Ross, even if the direction is going to have to comply with the two ordinances, one that has no place, and one that has a place. The rest of the language is similar. If there is no place, we don't need to worry about anything, any manner of camping or time.
Well, I think Ross said if we don't have this done by July, come July 1, I don't think they'll come down.
Who knows what they're going to do? Reference to they wouldn't have a dentist. But they would be all right if they had it done by July 3rd or 4th. So we missed it by a couple of days, but
Is there a reason why they're
Don't do anything as well. Sitting on this side, it seems so easy to just say, oh, come on, we're not going to do it for years, that's why I'm volunteer. It sounds like, I mean, we could take our chances, but it sounds like it could potentially get really expensive.
That's kind of like my feeling on Kentucky, so not to pass, but like political voters, if they want to vote it down, then we that's a viable road.
Yeah, and I would have been fine with that.
That's the option. I know we're here to, we have to check Creswell and try and create a correct city, but
Or actually Oxford. Yeah.
Did you read Ross's thing on the, what happens? Like,
no.
I asked him to.
I don't know if I saw that email.
I think it was in the packet.
Okay.
Package. They included part of it in there.
Alonzo, nice to meet you guys. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I know this is difficult, and I know there's no good answer.
If you haven't figured out by now, I think we're all itching to minimum requirement. I mean, I don't know
I
that.
think that interpreting what that is the argument at this point.
Well, there is, the way I understand this is objectively is for the courts to decide. Whatever we think is objectively reasonable can be challenged.
It's challenged, it's challenged again, and then
This is such a poorly written.
It's awful.
The reality is, it's never going to be decided down here. It's going to be a big city that has a lawsuit that causes the
I didn't
issue.
vote for any of his representatives. I didn't vote for the governor to drop this bomb on us.
It's ridiculous.
I didn't mean to.
I'm in your guys' camp. I'll tell you that right now. Don't designate a spot, set the regulations, set the rules, don't designate a spot. Because, I mean, I've got family still up in Guys Grove, and they did it.
If I was sitting over there on that side, I would probably be, well, let's just not do nothing. Let's just not do nothing,
Well, the reality is, I mean, for you guys, it's a hard reality to face. The reality is, you either get sued by an individual. I mean, this sucks for the council. I'm not disagreeing with this at all. I know you guys are in a crap spot because Salem put you there. You either get sued by an individual because they can't find a spot to sleep for whatever reason, or you'll designate a spot. That spot will then grow because the same thing happened to Grove, and then you'll get sued by every business in town that gets constantly broken into that can afford the insurance rates that increase.
That's why I said I follow what other cities do and I pay attention because I learn from them. Other people don't. They think they can implement it and do better, and that's not how that works.
I would say nothing was
All right, again, thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming.
here we go.
You're gonna get stuck down.
We're ready.
So that if you manage it enough to work in a welcome space, then they won't. We have.
I agree with you. If you make it so hard, they're not gonna work. And how many people they're gonna
I think we're all,
want
Alonzo left.
where they know they're gonna be babysat. Right, where they know they're gonna be watched.
Correct, correct.
Yeah.
And it doesn't say in the bill it has to be a comfortable space, it has to be grass, it has to be dirt, it has to be grass, it has to be whatever. And not that you're being mean, it's just the reality is. And
It's not, our
also
homeless
being on the
situation isn't the
pavement.
same as it was in the 80s. It's not the same kind of homeless
And
people.
being on the pavement also makes it to where if you do have a biological problem, cleanup is a whole hell of a lot easier and cheaper than it is in your dirt and sod and ground and trees. You gotta- That's why it's costing $1 million.
Oh, I know. I've been paying
Here,
attention.
that cleanup is a whole heck of a lot easier than feces or urine. Well, it's not soaking into the ground because you can put kitty litter on it. There's things that you can put on it and do to it and clean it in your parking lot to where you're not causing a problem.
I think we should go in and do the parking lot, that's where we ended up doing, and wash the ground at 8 o'clock every day.
I mean, you could turn your public works into, they show up over there and they do it and they hose things up. They're gonna have to go over there anyway every day to pick up the trash and things you left behind. But you can also track who did that, and that's part of the Ashland. So we're Ashland, definitely, when you guys go to incorporate this in, look at a lot of this stuff, there's some good things in here.
We're not shocked. We are. That's half the battle is we don't ever get to develop this. We get it put in front of us and then we have to vote on it. We have to make motions to tear it apart.
Well, yeah, here's the development, but they have a lot of great stuff that I'm actually shocked.
Am I right?
they're doing. I think
I don't want to talk because I don't want to have a quorum.
they learned their lesson. They even read like no cooking or
I'm worried because now there's 5 of us here.
So I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Ashland did.
We're ready.
What I'm trying to do is capture what you want so that we can modify the ordinance to fit your, so it doesn't have to be amended. So it can fit what you're, I'm not trying to write an ordinance.
I didn't mean for it to sound like you were intending to write an ordinance. I just, the way it's been since I started council, it was thrown in front of us like 4 days before
Okay,
it happened.
we are ready to
and that's
start
not
again.
enough time.
Okay. We're on Manor. We are now back, and it's the council's time to talk about Manor. And Michelle, you got a lot written up there on Manor. So, again, our goal is to see if we can give direction to our attorney and to Manager Amber on Manor, so that if we are to come up with some kind of a revised ordinance, we can do that. So, council members, all the stuff on Manor. And again, council member, just raise your hand. There's no order here. We've had a lot of talk about Ashland. Are there specific things in Ashland that you like, or that you would just like to adopt chunks of it? Norma?
I really like the idea that they have a time limit, so they're not set up for days on end in the same spot. They're less likely to have a lot of trash accumulated.
We're going to talk about time in a few minutes.
Oh, okay,
But right now, we're trying to wrap up Manor.
okay, I keep getting.
Well, no, you're at the right space. Manor has the pets was a big chunk under Manor, and behavior and illegal activities were all addressed in Manor.
Okay, well, I like all that, that's a great idea. No weapons, no alcohol or drugs, no campfires. I think all of it has some great ideas.
Just raise your hand and who wants to, we're not having any more input from the public at this point. This is council time.
Didn't hear you say that.
Well, I will reiterate, I talked about things that had to do with camp materials, which in the ordinance is page 3, section 1, number 3. And there's some of the types of materials that I would like to strike from the ordinance. specifically lean-tos, beds, mattresses.
Are those allowed in the ordinance?
They are in the ordinance, yes.
As being
Yes.
allowed?
I'll read what it says. It says, camp materials may include, so first of all, I would want stricken, but are not limited to. I'd like that phrase stricken. Then it says tents, lean-tos, I would want that stricken. Chairs, tarps, or tarpaulins, and then cots. Then it says beds, I would like that stricken. Sleeping bags, blankets, mattresses, I would like that stricken. Sleeping or bedding materials, I'd like that stricken. And that would be all for that section.
Sleeping bags?
No, that would not be in there. Mattresses would be struck, and that would be the last item. And then in terms of movement, that's under, again, page 3, item C1. It says, any camping or camp where allowed may only occur for 72 hours at a time in any one location. After 72 hours in one location, the camp and all associated camp materials must be moved at least, I would put 25 feet rather than 200 feet. And then under number 2, any camping or camp and all associated camp materials must be contained within a spatial footprint of 12 feet by 12 feet or 144 square feet. I would rather change that to, let's say, 8 by 8.
I think I got 9 by 9.
I did say 9 by 9, but then I'm thinking about the reality of the real estate. And parking spaces aren't not much bigger than 8 by 8.
I think they're more like
And
6
then-
by 8 instead of 8 by 8.
So those are the main things I would like struck in terms of manner. Councilor Ross, Attorney Ross.
So I just want to clarify, so that's the definition of a camp.
Yes.
And the reason we want a broad definition of camp and why we actually want all those things is to help our law enforcement identify what is a camp. We then regulate the manner later on. So if someone shows up at the park with a mattress and nothing else, we're going to say, that is a camp, that's not permitted here.
Thank you. So all we would do, in other words, we want it very expansive so that our deputy knows all of these things qualify as a camp.
Right.
So I did just the opposite.
Yeah, and then that's why I stood up.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. And how about under the spatial footprint? Again, it says any camping, and it gives this.
Well, yeah, so we can definitely set a footprint, but then later on, we're talking about expanding a lot on the manner regulations that we have in the draft ordinance. So our ordinance will be very expansive in terms of what is not allowed, what manner of materials, of conduct, of all those things is not allowed. And so we will be quite expansive on the next draft.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Other counselors?
Well, and that, just to kind of piggyback off what was just said, that's where I was, in comparison to the vehicles, where we could have maybe how it moves into that section with the vehicles, where it says only if the persons maintain all of the following standards, and then we have 10 standards for the vehicle camping. So maybe along the lines of that, was you're referring to?
It's a good model. We can draft them similarly.
Yeah, so to that, something to that effect, where we talk about the manner of the camping.
Right.
Shelley?
So I just had a couple of questions and I'm so sorry, I'm turned away because I'm looking at these. So I just had a couple of questions as I was reading through kind of the pieces about kind of like sweeps at night, or is the gate locked, or, kind of signage. I was thinking about what are our existing ordinances that we have in place? And is there a need to build that into this piece as well? Or is it something that would fall into, and these are things that you can't, essentially, these are things you can't do anyway, right? Like even if you're not a unhoused individual, right? So
And that could also be, kind of like, open drug use or alcohol use or things like that. And so I don't know if that is helpful for us or not. But those are just kind of some things that I'm thinking about. Or kind of like that piece about sweeps at night. Do we already have a process in place that already addresses that? Or is this the right place to address that? Is that should be addressed somewhere else? So like as we think about like park rules or just general park rules, for example.
Manager Amber or Attorney Ross?
So I can address that in terms of your current park rules. So these are currently on the books right now. So you have park hours, you have a regulation that says no fires, you have no pets unless they are leashed and must be under supervision at all times, so we could add under control. We have no possession of alcohol, illegal drugs or narcotics within the parks. We already have a no smoking in the parks. No weapons, no selling of merchandise, no person shall, we have a trash regulation. Yeah, so that's about the extent of it. So those are currently on the books for your parks.
Manager Amber?
Provision for a waiver on some of those? Because I'm thinking of the 4th of July and selling things in the park.
Selling things in the park,
That happens.
like beer.
So you might need to waive that or give somebody the power to waive that up for special occasions.
Or
Because-
without permit.
Permit.
Yeah.
That's a nice approach. Do you have a
Follow-up
permit?
question, what about parking lots? Do we have, because this is a city-owned parking lot, do we have restrictions on what's allowable or not in our public parking lots?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Yeah, not that I know of. You would have your general city property regulations, but they're not extensive.
Okay.
I'd like to add, because I didn't read it, so correct me if I'm wrong, but no nudity, no public acts of sex.
Yes, please. Sad
Not that I'm
have to
against
see
any of that, but maybe.
anything.
That's probably not in the Ashland one.
I didn't
They allow
read it.
nudity. They allow public nudity.
Sex acts, what I said, right? I said sex acts, public sex, nudity.
So I think what we're just talked about is, it might be overkill, but I don't think not, but we're talking about adding, like, for example, we have the no smoking, I think even no vaping in the park rules, but that should carry over into the ordinance. Maybe technically it's not in there, but everything that's on there should carry over, and I think that's what we just talked about.
So, Alonzo, what if the ordinance says that if the location is a public park, then all city park rules apply to that space? Then you don't have to reduplicate everything in the ordinance.
That's true.
If a place is designated and it's not a city public park, then you have to, I would think, go in and define all those things.
Sure, as long as it's covered, so someone can't say that, well, it's not in the ordinance, for whatever it is. Might be a park rule, but it's not in the ordinance. Where do we stand with that?
Wherever we land on the first topic, the place, I'll draft so that the manner is covered wherever it might be. So if it's a park, then we have some park regulations already. We wouldn't need to duplicate them. But if it's just regular city property, or if it's a parking lot, then I would definitely have unique provisions that would include all the park regulations and then everything we're talking about now. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Other input from counselors on this subject? Then we're going to go to time, our last one. And same thing, time, duration, that sort of manner. And we're just going to kind of go in a more random order because we've gone alphabetical in reverse, and we're going to start with Counselor Holt on time.
I don't want to designate a spot. If a spot gets designated, my preference for time would be dusk to dawn type of sleeping or arrangement, not 72 hours.
Okay. Counselor Osborne.
Dusk to dawn. With the 72 hours, that it sounds like they can come back again that same night. I don't know whether we want to allow that. Well, anyway, that time, definitely a time, whether it's dusk to dawn or 8 to 8, 7 to 8 to 7 or whatever.
Okay, Counselor Shuck.
Dusk to dawn, if we designate a place. I would prefer that we do not.
Counselor Castillo.
How does the time from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., how does that work for enforcing that with our time coverage for our officers?
Are you asking about our staffing during that time?
Yes, yes.
So our general shifts right now, we have deputies assigned to Creswell, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. We have that 4-hour dark period on a typical night.
What's the second shift? 7 to 5 and what?
5 to 3.
5 to 3.
And on a typical night, we have that 4-hour dark period, essentially, where there's no deputies assigned to Creswell and we're covered by the main office based out of Eugene. I think that's what you were asking?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Okay.
yes. And then, and what about Monday to Sunday?
So the way that I have deputies scheduled, they split the week, and then Wednesday is an overlap day. So I have deputies assigned to every single day,
Okay.
7 days a week, and then Wednesday we have 2 day shift deputies, 2 swing shift deputies, and that aligns with our training schedule, essentially. We do a lot of our training on Wednesdays, so it helps double up so that we don't lose coverage for a full day. And then my position is staffed Monday through Thursday with that 7 to 5.
And without this designating a spot, which I've heard, then that would be still 7 to 7, say, where?
Deputies know.
Yeah.
Wherever they've been going now? I mean.
Okay, let's leave it with Counselor Castillo. You're asking a question for
Manager Amber or
Deputy or
deputy?
attorney?
Yes, I'm just curious, just throwing it out there. If we don't call out a spot and then we go say, hey, well, we're talking about time, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or whatever, where?
Well, I'm not suggesting this, but we have found them at Garden Lake Park. We found them under bridges, and they do camp on occasion in tents and not in tents in the pocket park across the street. That's my knowledge.
Well, definitely a time, some sort of time frame. Dusk to dawn or 7 to 7 or whatever.
Okay, so, go ahead.
I don't know if I fall under open to the public.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're not open to the public. You're a member of our staff
Okay,
for tonight's
so
topic.
my suggestion for us to be able to enforce it fairly and equally across is to have defined times instead of a dusk till dawn. Because dusk now is much different than dusk in December. Whereas if we can say it's 10 o'clock, it's time to go, it's 6 o'clock, it's time to go, whatever the case may be, we actually have on the books some enforcement option there, rather than subjective, it's maybe dusk, it may be dawn, it's snowing, so I can't tell, you know.
Sure. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay, Cliff, member of our staff.
So I've been waiting and listening, and Alonzo has brought up a point that's been kind of going through my head, is if you don't designate an area, and I understand you don't want to, where are they going to go? They're going to go to a publicly owned area. It's not going to be a park, because those are going to have park rules. It's going to be a couple of empty lots up on First Street that the city owns. It's gonna be out by the wastewater plant. It's gonna be at the water plant. It's gonna be in a ditch in a right-of-way. They're gonna go wherever there's a city-owned piece of property that doesn't have any rules. So you're gonna push them somewhere if you don't designate a spot. I'm not asking you to or not to, it's just a thought of where are they going to go? And if you have an area that is easily policed, it might be easier to keep tabs on.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. So anything more, Alonzo?
No, I would, I'm kind of right along with what you're saying there. My concern is okay, then where? And I think we've talked about, they were not allowed to go camp on the public or the residential sidewalks, right? Or right-of-ways, alleys?
As far as I know, that's not a prohibition. They haven't done it and they could.
They could. So there's things, so if we don't designate a spot, then we have to call out where you can't camp. And that's a lot of areas.
That was a dual question. You said sidewalk and then said alley. So he asked you really two questions, and I think the answers are different depending upon the question.
Well, the sidewalk is public right-of-way, and we haven't banned public right-of-way. And alleys are public right-of-way, and we haven't banned public right-of-way. We've got a little park that people call the dog park. That's just a matter of being right-of-way.
So
that-
I don't own my sidewalk in front of my house, and I have to fix it, and is
You
that accurate?
You do have to fix your sidewalk.
And I have no fee title interest in that?
I can't answer that question, I'm not an attorney. All I know,
just
maybe
want to
Ross
think about
can
the
answer that.
statement. You may be right, but I think you could be wrong too, so we ought to.
Well, we do make people responsible for maintaining the sidewalk, and we do require that. We also require that you maintain the right-of-way in front of your house.
My guess is, under real property law, the reason you have the right to do that is because I, in fact, are the fee title owner.
I can't answer that.
Ross, maybe.
I'm sorry, I'm not an attorney, and I don't understand
That's
all
okay,
of those
that's okay.
things.
I was just using that for an example. There are areas that we don't want people, or say in front of a business, to camp, right? And so we have to decide one or the other, in my mind, either a spot where you can camp, or call out all the spots where you can't camp, right? That's what we're looking at.
Well, we're looking at
Right-of-ways.
time right now.
Yes, I'm sorry, getting off track. But it is related to the time. So, anyway, dusk to dawn, or, 7 to 7.
Is that what you want,
Yes,
7 to 7?
Yes.
So now we have, this is Shelley. She is also a city staff member.
Yes, and it's dual-fold. You're talking time. The only thing I would caution you is because we have the events, and I actually put on the Festival of Trees, is not 7 to 7, because when we have the downtown celebrations, they usually go till 9 or 10, and you don't want the unhoused in the mix of that. We had some issues when we did the Festival of Trees this winter with the campers and fighting and throwing things. And so you want to make sure that you're looking at the festivities that we do for the businesses and for the citizens to make sure that you cover that it's not camping time until, my suggestion is 10 to 6, 10 to 7.
Well, and not to shift gears again, but I kind of thinking that when we got into this, we may have to reconsider the alternate location, because if they're out by the bicycle thing, then you don't have to worry about so many of the other surrounding issues. So, there's no easy answer. Nobody I see the shaking heads. Nobody wants it next to their house. Nobody wants it here. There's gonna be issues, no matter where we put it. Something's gonna come up. There's already 1,000 feet from the library. Oh, go ahead.
No, this is your turn, and then we're going to have the next counselor speak. We will come back around. Michelle?
Something else to consider is at 7 o'clock, we're still having city council meetings, so the parking lot might be full, and they may not have access to a place to rest.
Well, and
That's sort of the point.
one more
Excuse
point.
me, Counselor Castillo, this is your turn.
One more point and I'll be done. With regards to that parking lot, which is a great idea, but then we were talking, there is the state-created danger to think about. Now, I actually thought the parking spaces would be a great idea to measure spaces out. And no cars are supposed to be in that parking lot after, what, is it, nobody's allowed to be in there at what time, 7? Is it 7 o'clock?
No, the parking lot's available 24 hours a
Oh, is it
day.
20? I thought there was, well, the car campers are supposed to leave 72 hour. So that parking lot is open 24/7. Okay. So now we have somebody sleeping in a parking spot and a car goes in there and runs them over. Happened in Eugene several years ago, right behind the Kinko's, by my work, garbage truck, ran the guy over. So then there's that issue. And as much as I love that idea, then there's that. Is that state-created danger? If that was an issue, we have campers out there on the lot, parking lot, somebody drives into the parking lot, doesn't see them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility for a danger there, but it seems like that is something that signage could pretty easily fix.
Okay.
The state created danger, my understanding from the League of Oregon Cities came from the city of Los Angeles requiring people to camp underneath overpasses. And the state created danger there was the exhaust from the cars. So, and you know, the rubber that comes off the tires and all of that, it's a health hazard. So that's some context for you.
Okay.
That's
So
my
that's not a
understanding from
problem.
some training
So-
from the league.
So that would not be a problem.
Well, the danger is not, it's any danger, and so the Los Angeles case is an example of a type of danger that creates a problem. So we're not only talking about exhaust fumes.
And that's the way I understood it.
Right. So if there's a possibility that someone could get run over because you are designating a spot in the middle of the street as the only camping place, that would be a problem. If we're talking about a parking lot that we can easily sign that says, warning campers or something, I don't know. We could put up some kind of sign that identifies this area as, keep your eyes out, please be careful.
Okay. So there's a solution.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty easy solution.
Thank you. I'm done.
All done? Okay, next is Counselor Clark.
Yeah, so when I was originally looking at the ordinance in front of us, as I was thinking about the context of time, I was thinking about all of the other pieces that are kind of outlined already in this ordinance, and so thinking about that 72 hours being objectively reasonable in terms of, what is it that we expect from car campers as well, and right, like how do we have parity between our expectations? And so as I look though, as I think about the difference between place, and what I like about the city of Ashland and their model, and as I think about the place or designating a place, and as I think about if it's across the street in the pocket park as well as the city parking lot. What I like about this model that the city of Ashland gives us is to vacating the site by a certain point in time, which allows us each day to take care of the parking lot and to take care of that space so that it can be used in the original intention of which it was designed. And so if it's a parking lot, I assume people want to park there. But that gives us time. I also like that 7:30 a.m. Because as we think about the Lane County Sheriff's Office and when they come on shift and what might be, again, as we think about reasonable ways of being able to manage the regulations that we may be putting on there, I think that this is something that could be really helpful for Lane County Sheriff's Office as well. And as I think about those who do work, whether that be kind of across the street, in South Lane Fire and Rescue, as I think about City Hall, I think that, again, that goes back to, we have a space where you can park. And that we don't lose sight of that. So I really like that. I don't know the right beginning time of that, but I do, as I think about that 7:30 a.m., I think that that's something that seems very reasonable to me, so that we can continue the work of our city, and the work of kind of the spaces that we've designated. So it's kind of, as I'm thinking about it, I think that's reasonable.
Michelle?
A few years ago, I was in Seattle, and I was staying at a very nice little hotel downtown, very nice, all by myself. And I looked out the window at about 10 o'clock at night, and people were gathering on the sidewalk, all up and down the sidewalk on their cardboard mats with their little cardboard houses and their sleeping bags and all of that. And they were allowed to sleep there all night long.
Yep.
And then at 6 o'clock in the morning or so, they had to be out, and they brought in a washing machine, a washer, not a clothes washer, but a power washer, a hand-driven power washer, and washed the sidewalks, and they did that every day.
Can we afford that?
And that's one of the things that, that's how they addressed it. We'd have to buy a washer.
Okay.
Maybe we could get one cheap from Seattle.
Councilor Clark, anything more?
Somebody to do it.
Good.
Okay, so next is Councilor Smith.
A lot's been said. I was gonna go with 7 to 7, but you answered my question before, so I would agree with you that 7:30 is probably a good time, so when the sheriffs come on shift, first thing they do is go clean house. And I'm more concerned with taxpayers, I'm not concerned with non-residents that don't live here, that don't pay taxes here. Call it offensive, I don't care. So 7:30 works for me, the sheriffs clock in, clean house.
7:30 to 7:30?
Okay,
Thank you.
and I'm last.
I don't think I got to talk.
You were second one. You were the second one.
We're still
So,
on time, I think. I keep getting confused.
Can I go
Right.
back to?
I know I have some follow-up
but
as
we
well,
will come back. We will
Okay.
come back like we've done before.
Okay.
We will end with open council discussion of it. So, in our ordinance, it talks about 72 hours in terms of both camping and parking of vehicles. And so I thought about 24 hours, but now we're talking about time limit. So I like the idea of the 7:30 in the morning. I don't know how you define it at night. Dusk still seems to be a good time because seasonally, sometimes it's dark at 5 o'clock at night. And if you're gonna camp for a night, that's when you're gonna wanna put your stuff down. Other times it's 9:30, it's dark at night. So I kinda like the idea of dusk until 7:30 as a thought. The other thing I would, is on the back page, page 4 of our ordinance, vehicles and recreational vehicles on streets, under prohibited storage, it says no person may store or permit to be stored on a street or public property a vehicle for more than 30 days. So my question there is, because it says a recreational vehicle for more than 72 hours, and later it refers to recreational vehicles needing to be moved every 72 hours. My question is, are we saying that you can park an automobile, because we do have people who sleep sometimes in automobiles, that you can park an automobile on the street for 30 days and sleep in it? Because if that's the case, I would want that changed to comply with the 72 hours, to where it simply says whether it's vehicle or recreational vehicle, it cannot be parked in one location more than 72 hours without having to be moved. I think it says a city block, and I don't know where that's at. Can one of you help me? Where does it say in the ordinance how far the vehicle has to be moved?
To 200
So it's
feet.
200 feet or 2 blocks.
We changed it, I think, to 200 feet, Mayor.
I know that it says in terms of camping, it was 200 feet, but the vehicle, so I'll need help on that one. But,
Page 5, it's the last item.
Oh, G?
Yeah.
2 blocks, 2 blocks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tammy. So then my question is under the current ordinance, as we have it here, would that allow someone sleeping in a vehicle for 30 days at a time along a public right-of-way?
So it's regulating storage and camping separately. So subsection B talks about storing your vehicle, which is parking it on the street. And then subsection F says no person may use a vehicle, which is a car, or a recreational vehicle, which is an RV, for camping unless they meet all of those requirements.
Okay.
So they're two separate things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So that's all I have under time. And now we open up to the members of the public who have input. If we've missed something on time that you want to add, and then we will turn back to the council. William in the back.
Bill Kent, as I was reading through a couple of the cities, one of the problems they had, if they made it too early in the morning, it was hard for the deputies to get around to all, because we're talking about one place, but they got to get through the whole city to actually enforce it, and it becomes inconsistently enforced. So it was, while it seems advantageous to make it early in the morning, it can prove to be 10 o'clock was easier on the city. I don't know, but I thought I saw that in a couple of cities.
Michelle?
Just a note on that, there's a lot of good work done by our deputies in conjunction with kids getting to school at that hour. So if they're taken away from that to patrol the city to look for homeless people, we're creating an issue for them.
They want to hear from members of the public first. Clear in the back?
Yeah, Scott
Name?
Better.
Thank you.
And I'm thinking that they should start it after the businesses close, as far as being able to camp, because that way businesses aren't going to be obstructed with people, in front of their business or anything like that. So I'd go up and down the street and find out, what time they close and look at a time frame after that where people can set up and go to sleep till 7:30 in the morning. It still gives them a good 8 hours sleep.
Okay.
Hi, Sam Stotts. A couple of things. I would say the dusk probably, I'd say absolutely no to dusk because it's too vague. Dusk to you and dusk to you and dusk to me are 3 different dusks. And a dusk to a court of law that doesn't have anything specific is going to be a nightmare for an attorney or somebody. Now, an officer's got to decide and use his discretion if it's dusk yet or not. You got to have a definitive time. You'll have a problem. I would say the 7:30 to 7:30, probably your most advantageous. Yeah, it would be great to go to 10 if the attorney thinks that you're going to be fine starting at 10 o'clock at night to get you past your activities, and that's still reasonable, then do it. If not, if he thinks you got to go a little earlier, then the 7:30 is okay. And the fact, if you did it till 10 a.m., you'll have businesses that are going to have customers and employees and people trying to park, and things are open, and it's going to be a nightmare. So you're just going to shoot yourself in the foot there. Kind of answering the question there, that the officers do stuff at 7:30, it doesn't mean the officers have to be standing there at 7:29 and click 7:30, y'all get out of here. They're not going to do that. But it gives you the ability that he can still do the school stuff and do all things they're doing, and they show up there at 9 o'clock, because you have code enforcement, would be a code. They could go by and be documenting who's still there, not trying to enforce it, but they can still document it, it's part of the code enforcement, and then let your deputies know, and he shows up at 9 o'clock and they're still there, then it's not unreasonable. It ended at 7:30, they're there at 9:30, it's 2 hours later, so when they get a citation, write that report, a court can come back and look, well, it was reasonable. They were supposed to leave at 7:30, they didn't even leave until 9:30 when he cited them or took them to jail. And then also, I think a quick thing for this, not only just make it a misdemeanor under your city code, but make the verbiage a trespass. Because what that allows is the deputy to use Lane County jail beds to be able to lodge them. City of Creswell does not pay for jail beds at the Lane County Jail like the city of Eugene does. So we have specific beds we pay for, they have to leave vacated for us when we bring somebody in until we match those beds. Creswell does not pay for that, so they may turn your custody down and then make it to where they won't be able to even take them out of town. But if you make it a trespassing, that if they don't leave by this time or they violate any of these rules, they're now trespassing, now you open up his ability to use the Lane County jail beds, and again, you give him more coverage and more authority under some of the county rules.
Excellent. Okay, time.
Hi, Lisa Jaco. I'm glad that the trespass came up, that's what I wanted to raise. In terms of the parks being opened and closed, I looked, I didn't see a sign, so that was going to be my suggestion. Closing of the park, I guess it's gone from Garden Lake. Can trespass be applied beyond just a citation of being in the park beyond time? Can it be bumped up to trespass?
Say that again.
What I wanted to raise as a question. 'cause
Can you,
of the
can you,
very reason that
can you
just
clarify that again? Say that again. Your question?
brought- If someone is in Garden Lake Park beyond the actual hours, can it be escalated to trespass? That is the question I wanted to raise. So there's a little more teeth behind it, and they can act on it. Because it came up earlier, I believe, in terms of the city, merchants and, which, by the way, I mentioned, shall I repeat? I'm just switching gears to businesses asking for permission so that there can be trespassing, whatever the vernacular is. Filing for a trespass permit if someone trespasses. The full circle on that in cities that I've lived, San Francisco, Berkeley. The feedback loop is they file it and then you guys would mail it and then there's something in the window for the merchant so they can act quickly and identify the merchant has granted permission to move on a trespass. That's a two-pronged thing. So can it be? So my question is, can you bump it up to trespass if it's beyond, someone is in the park beyond the hours?
Attorney Ross?
Yeah, I think we have some options. I guess I'm curious to what bumping it up to trespass does for yeah, please.
So right now, the Creswell Municipal Code, my understanding, is we don't have any offenses that we can jail for under the Creswell Municipal Code because we don't have a judge that's available every single day like some other cities do. Springfield, Eugene, even Cottage Grove, has a judge that they can come in. We have a judge one day a month that comes and does arraignments, traffic, everything. So if you look in the Creswell Municipal Code, my understanding is that all of the offenses are fines. They're not punishable by jail because we have no way to bring a judge in to arraign that person within the 72 hours that's required by, the Supreme Court and all kinds of stuff. So if we can make this the enforceable part of this, we can have in municipal code, they can be fined in violation of this if they're not following these parameters, or the city revokes their ability to stay there, they're now trespassing, and now I can enforce the ORS for criminal trespass, which allows me to arrest them under a circuit court, criminal trespass, take them up to the Lane County Jail, lodge them as such, and then what they do with them from there, they might kick them right out the door, but I at least have that ability to make an arrest. If it's just a Creswell Municipal Code, if I were to come up there and say, hey, I'm arresting this person under Creswell Code for trespassing, they're gonna say, that's not a thing, because there's no judge available for that. So, just my 2 cents on that.
Okay, any other input from the, Shelley?
Okay, I'm going to reiterate one more time, not just events, but think of your staff and your staff safety. The people we have right now, I'm not afraid of, but I have meetings at night and I'm by myself when I leave. And if you have it at 7:30 p.m., I'm going to be parking, I'm going to be walking right through them, just like city council meetings. We don't get out of here till late. Again, think of staff safety and what it's going to mean if you allow them to camp at 7:30 p.m. To me, you're putting us at risk.
Okay, any other members of the public, right here?
Well, just to answer that, it's like, I don't know where we think they'd be magically going between 7:30 and 10 or whatever anyway, so they're gonna be possibly somewhere that could be danger, but Back to the time elements where I think Councilor Castillo had mentioned the state created danger. I just wanted to say that there's danger in everything and we can't anticipate or stop danger. It's like whether they're at the park or at the parking lot or whatever. I think it's hard because we can't cover every single bit of liability. We can be as careful as we can be and hope they follow the rules. But even from what Sergeant Stott said a couple weeks ago, if the homeless are, the more violent ones, obviously not all of them, it's not a blanket statement, but if they're armed or they have some kind of weapon, they're harmful to themselves and to others within the thing that we can't police. So that part didn't make sense.
Okay, so I'm listening to all these things and they all make sense, they all have merit, but like that parking lot issue, like if I was setting it up, because I have to organize stuff all the time where I am, you know, if you've got consideration of cars and homeless campers and you're trying to figure out how to make that situation safe, you could cordon off and designate areas for that specifically. Do the best you can to make sure nobody runs over a camper by cordoning areas off, designating areas. Oh, only the parking lots for cars. Oh, the pocket parts only for campers. Something like that to simplify that. But my other question is rated to time again, and kind of what you brought up with regards to trespass after hours is, what are the hours at the parks? When are they open? When are they closed? Does it just say vaguely dawn and dusk? Because I've been at parks, I don't know, I mean, you can tell me, but I've been at parks where I kayak and they change them seasonally with when it gets dark. So like I was kayaking in Dexter, it's now closes at 9 o'clock at night. In the winter, it closes at 6 o'clock. So I have to pay attention to that so I don't get locked into that parking lot. And they're nice enough to not lock me in there if I'm accidentally late, because we kind of know each other. But that's my question is, I'm not even certain, what are the hours? And, you know, because I guess I've seen signage at the parks, but it's not like, and I know that these folks aren't going to pay attention to those signs, but it gives you teeth for trying to enforce hours, because you can say, well, it was posted.
Okay, Manager Amber, can you answer that question?
We're going to ask Cliff. I think it's dawn and dusk.
We have some signage that's conflicting, but I believe hold is 7 to 9 in the summer, and 7 to 6 or 7:30 in the winter. I'm not positive, but
Just make all the
it
parks
does change in the winter.
What's Garden Lake?
What's Garden Lake?
I didn't see a sign, that was
There isn't
mine.
any out there right now.
Did it get ripped off?
There are signs at our other parks.
Well, in your question and answer that was just recently updated, it says, will the unhoused individuals be able to claim Garden Lake Park as their place of residence if the proposed ordinance, and we're saying it's not anymore, but it says they're already claiming Garden Lake Park as their place of residence for official identification, and the city has no control over this. So whether it be Public Works or the sheriff or whatever.
I have a little bit of experience with that. Anybody can claim any address, any location as their DMV address, or if they're on a registry, their registry address. You know, I could say that I live at your house and the DMV is not gonna double check that. So just to kind of shed a little light on that, and you can say you live anywhere and they're gonna let you do it.
Okay, any more input from the public on this?
I have a question.
Name?
Scott Fetter.
Thank you.
Now, I know we've talked about place and manner and time and stuff, but there's one thing that will personally affects me is the easements down some of these older streets. Like I live on Scarborough. I have an easement behind my house that goes to my shop and my garage that I drive through. Plus, my other neighbors use that easement as, you know, to enter their garages and stuff. It's the sewer access plus the power line access. Is that city property? Is that, you know, considered a place where these homeless can just throw up a tent?
No.
Cliff?
It is city property.
So we need to do something about that, because if they start parking in my easement, I'll run them over.
That-
Oh, I'm sorry to say that.
Just regard to real
Okay.
estate law, if
Dale?
you have an easement, it's a property interest, Dale Riddle. It's a property interest, and you have the right to protect that interest, even if it's an easement, just as you would if you owned the property, assuming that that's what you use the property for. And assuming it's an access
Okay.
easement, then the
No
answer to that
problem.
question is you have property rights.
No problem. I got it.
Attorney Ross? Any input?
I don't know where the property is. I don't know whether it's city property or not. So Cliff says it's city property, so it sounds like it's probably, it could be a right-of-way, and so you can't camp in a right-of-way.
Or in a neighborhood.
Okay.
residential.
Same stuff. So if you add in what we talked about earlier, 5 feet from driving or not in roadways, then you fix all those problems. 10 feet in a multi-path access way, even if it's an easement that it's a pathway that people are walking through, and you have a 10-foot prohibition on that, then they can't. By enacting on these and putting enough rules in here for that, you fix all these little problems like this. They can't be in a roadway, they can't be by the guy living in a drainage ditch, well, that's part of the waterways, can't be within 100 feet of a waterway because it drains into what? And it contaminates. So again, you're fixing all these little problems by putting all these in.
Okay, we're going to wrap up here. William, and then the gal next to you.
Bill Kent, one quick question. I thought originally we were designating some of the streets downtown as one kind of street and residential as another. Did we get off, is that no longer, I mean, as far as car campers?
For car.
Manager Amber, you want to respond to that?
I think the way that the city council has discussed this, and the way that I'm interpreting their will, is that for car camping, people will be able to continue to camp, because it says in the ordinance, to camp in the downtown commercial area in a car, in a vehicle, in an RV, or something like that. If you're in a tent or something like that, then it would be prohibited from being within the right-of-way. I think that's the direction we're going.
Okay, last input from the public.
Sarge, can you please clarify your response to my question about bumping it up to trespass? I think I walked away with you would not be able to write someone up for trespass because there was not a judge available?
What I'm saying
That
is,
doesn't seem clear, that doesn't seem,
under the Creswell Municipal Code,
okay.
because a Creswell municipal violation has to go through the Creswell Municipal Court. The circuit court doesn't hold jurisdiction over that unless it's appealed to the circuit court. So if I am able to act under the ORS to bring that to the circuit court directly, then I'm able to follow through with a trespass. Right now, there's no mechanism for the jail to lodge somebody under Creswell Municipal Code because
they don't pay for beds.
That's correct.
Okay, so what would need to be changed?
Well, keep in mind, I'm not an attorney, I'm a patrol cop.
Or whoever might answer that
Um,
question. I didn't come away with a clarity of your response to that, so I'm just asking for clarification.
So right now, the Creswell, in order to keep somebody in custody or take somebody into custody, you have to have the ability to bring them before a judge within X amount of hours that has jurisdiction over that case. If it's a Creswell municipal case, the circuit courts don't have that jurisdiction unless it's at an appellate level, so they become like the court of appeals rather than just they're in charge of that case. It's convoluted and complicated.
Yeah, it doesn't, can the attorney answer that question a little more fully?
Well, I think the idea is to have the enforcement be, if you violate our code provisions, then we're withdrawing our authority for you to be on our property, and so then you would be on our property without authority, which is a trespass.
Yes.
Yes, and then we can enforce it. Yeah.
Can I ask just
Okay.
one quick
No,
clarification on the trespass?
Yep, quick clarification.
So because the fellow who was arrested on our private property could be arrested for trespassing, was it because it was on private property and not city property that he could be taken to Lane County Jail? Because that's what they did last night.
Right, so he was arrested on circuit court charges
Because he was on private property.
Because of the privacy, private property.
because we have, this is private property, here's who our victim is. It's not an ordinance situation, we're arresting under circuit court authority.
Thank you.
Now, that being said, if, you know, it's against Creswell City ordinance for somebody to be here and it's punishable by 10 days is different than you are now trespassing under
Well,
this.
that's what I'm asking. We could change that, could we not?
Mm-hmm.
That was exactly what I'm asking. If you can trespass against a merchant downtown, I'm asking about, is it possible to alter things so you can be trespassing if you are in a park, this is all related to time, after hours? Because that's when it becomes a bit more dangerous, I frankly think. When it's nighttime and, you know, so that is what I'm asking.
Rob?
Shake it up a little here.
Yeah, we can create a park exclusion process where someone is excluded from the park, and then if they come back, then they are trespassed.
Okay. All right, we're going to come back to Michelle, and then we're going to come back to the council.
Can that also include the right-of-way?
I think we could tailor it to, yeah, if you're in violation of our camping regulations, you're excluded from repeat offenses, and then if you do, then you're trespassed.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, council, it's our time. Just raise your hand and speak. Councilor Holt?
Okay, this message, I think, is for the city attorney. Let's say that a scenario situation, we sign a camp. We say, camp's gonna be the parking lot. And people start living there, and something happens. Say, one of our community members gets attacked because of the problems going on at the camp. Can that community member now sue us for a state-created danger?
Anyone can sue the city for anything. So that question is yes, anyone could sue us. Whether they would prevail or whether the city has a defense, I think is probably maybe the real question. And I think we would have a defense if we're doing it reasonably. If we had, this is a problem that's being foisted on all of our small cities across the state. And the city of Creswell is doing its best.
Unfunded mandate. I know.
Yeah. So could we be sued? Yes. Would we put it on a solid defense? Yes.
I guess my point is, or my real question was, is this, do the same laws apply to everyone, or was the state-created danger only put in place because of the unhoused? Like, are they going to afford everyone that same opportunity?
I'm not sure where state-created danger came into place. I think it was.
Okay.
I think it was in place before the homeless situation.
Okay.
And just applied to it.
Probably, but it's just, it just dawned on me that if we create danger for our community members, that's exactly the same thing, so.
Norma?
Okay. Do we have people who are using that as a park and ride to get to work, the parking lot?
It is our
Very
parking
good
ride.
question.
It's our designated park and ride.
So I think 7:30 is too early to allow them to, 7:30 PM is too early because we are still using it as a parking lot till 8 or 9 at least. So I think it should be later. And 7:30, and then they may not be moved along till later, but that still have it as a regulation. I don't like the dusk. I don't like the dawn. I think it should be a specific time.
So you're saying 7:30 in the morning, and then at night is 9 o'clock?
Yeah. They might be in the park sitting around talking, but they can't set up their tents until later.
Well, you can sit in the parks and talk.
Right.
It's sleeping that's being
Right.
regulated.
Right, that's what I was saying. They could be there in the park, but they couldn't set up their camping area until later.
Okay, other counselors? Want to weigh in on time?
Just a,
Alonso?
yeah, just a comment or question or what you said about the, you know, we could have put whatever hour, 7:30 or whatever, but then, you know, if Sergeant Speldrick or some other officer has other things to do, more pressing, he can always come back and so forth. It just brought to mind what the guidebook says, that if we were to decide to do a time frame, and it goes on to say that the city also then, that we consistently and equitably enforce the removal of that tent by whatever hour each day, or as close as possible. So maybe that is where that comes into play, but failure to do so that could be viewed as a camp. And that being that this guidebook and the bill itself has no clear definition of what is a camp, then that we may have to apply the 72-hour notice from the other bill, 3124. So if we're not consistently saying, hey, you got to go, then we could be looked at as, this is now a camp.
Are you asking me a question? Because I have an answer for that.
Well,
You pointed at me.
Sergeant, yes, I'll be interested in your comment, but Sergeant Speldrick just raised his hand.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment on that time frame. You know, by Murphy's Law, there's gonna be the big stuff that comes in at 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m. And with the small staff that we have, we're not gonna get to this on the dot every single day. And then that's not to add in, you know, if I have a deputy who's on vacation on one side of the week, you know, we might not have an assigned Creswell deputy that day, or he has trial or training or something. But if we can consistently, this is what we're gonna do, this is how we're gonna do it, I think that's pretty easily followed.
Go ahead. We have the same thing, exactly what he's saying. Just because the ordinance is there, you can't enforce it immediately right on the time, the courts have found that you're still being reasonable. The rule is 10 o'clock at night to 7 in the morning. I actually would say that time. I'd put in 10 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Yeah.
So that way your people are safer and then they have to get out early. It doesn't mean the deputy has to be there right at 7 a.m. If he's got another pressing call or he's patrolling a school zone or whatever it is that called to pull him away, calls on our screen set there for hours and no court's ever come back that, well, you should have been there 5 hours ago when they called you. There were reasons why that wasn't. Deputy's on vacation that week, whatever it may be. That's found to be reasonable.
Okay.
But at least it's posted, it's known. Nobody can ever come back and say, well, I didn't know I had to leave at 7, because you're gonna have it posted saying, leave at 7. And your code enforcement officers won't enforce it. Now, they're gonna drag somebody out and get hurt over this, but they can still show up at 7 o'clock in the morning or whenever you designate and say, you need to be gone. And then that suffices as well, because they were told. It just took longer for your law enforcement officers to get there.
But people will be.
Okay,
And I
so
guess
Manager Amber, I want to remind council, we're trying to confine the discussion now to council and questions directed to staff, not an engagement with the public anymore. We're trying to wrap up our business. Manager Amber?
Can I continue with Sergeant Speldrick, who's on the staff?
Yeah, Manager Amber had her hand up. I think she wants to add something.
Yeah, I just want to say
And back to you.
that as my understanding, there's a difference between providing a place for sleeping that meets the law, and there's a difference between providing a camp. And a camp falls under a whole different bunch of other regulations that the state has that you have to provide if you're providing a camp. And I don't think you ever wanted to provide a camp, ever.
No.
You just wanted to meet the requirement of a sleeping ordinance somehow.
Sure.
So the camp part that you're talking about is if we designated a real camp and we were going to put services in there and we were going to allow people to be there 72 hours, then we have a lot of responsibility about moving them on and giving them notice and what we do with their stuff and all
Sure.
kinds of things. So
And
I just wanted to make sure you
Oh,
knew
I
that they're, we
totally-
need to be really clear
I
that
totally-
we're doing something different.
I totally get that and agree with everything you just said. All I'm saying is that failure to require the tent's removal during restricted camping hours each day may, given that the word established is undefined, provide an argument that the tent is now an established campsite that triggers the requirement of HB 3124, which you just spoke of, yes. So it's important that is, those rules are enforced every day consistently so that we can avoid that. So what I was getting to that was, so I think what is really practical is the hours that you can enforce these times. So I think what your suggestion probably we should really consider what is practical for your schedule of your guys.
Well, like I was saying earlier, we have the most staffing starting at 7 a.m. I'm here Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's adjustable, but that's my normal hours.
Sure.
And then the same goes for my day shift deputies. They start at 7 a.m. So anytime after 7 a.m., 7:30, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whatever the council decides, that's perfectly within range. And when it comes to nighttime, just whatever works best for the city. You know, as I said, I came to Creswell in February. You guys know I'm new in this position. I don't know what events go late and what doesn't. And whatever works best for the city is going to work fine with us as long as it's that parameter where we can actually get some people there.
What time do you wrap up at the schools?
It depends which school we're kind of sitting on. Usually about 8:30 is when we're done watching the school traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Holt.
You had spoken about the park and ride. Do you know what time the last bus comes in?
I don't know when the buses run. We can
Oh,
find
okay.
that out, though.
I was just curious. Okay.
But, yeah. It's very limited to like early in the morning.
I feel like there's only one that comes in the evening. But
Yeah, there's one that comes in and, you know, that's,
The earliest is 6:15 or 6:17, and then I get in at the about 5:15.
Is that the last one that comes in?
No, I think there's one more after that.
Okay.
There's one that's like 7 o'clock. It
That's
does
what I'm
the
curious about,
LCC.
yeah.
It does the LCC loop. That's the last one.
yeah, I was thinking we wouldn't want to have it to start before
Before they get back.
the park and ride, because that's important for the park and ride.
I agree.
The people who are working outside of town have very limited choices on how to get there. If they don't have their own vehicle, they're really dependent on the bus getting them there and being able to park safely without people camping around them. So that should be taken into consideration when we decide the beginning of when they can camp.
Okay, other counselors want to speak about time?
I think the consensus is 10 p.m. to 7:30. It keeps the public safe, keeps our events safe, and then gives the sheriff's time to, after school or not, but consistently clean house in the morning. And that's, again, against my wishes because I don't want it at all.
Right.
Okay, any other input on that? Time? Counselor Holt.
I think if we do land on designating a spot, and that spot happens to be the parking lot, we have to consider that when we designate time. I would think we would want to make the morning time start after people park and ride. So what'd you say, 6 o'clock?
It is the earliest.
I would think we'd want them out before people park and ride, I guess is what I meant to say. Yeah. So like if we saying 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., I mean, that seems kind of unreasonable, but on the flip side of that, is it unreasonable to ask our people that are parking and riding to have to pull up to that? I mean, there's a lot of things in play here.
But 6 a.m. the deputies don't even come on.
I know, but it just made me think about, when she talked about the buses, it just made me think about people coming to park and ride in the mornings. You know, if we're telling them they can stay until 7 and the first bus leaves at whatever time, 6 something, you know, just something to think about.
Well, what are the phrase reasonably objective? So then I think of different times of the year. 6 o'clock in the morning is going to be dark sometimes of the year. So, and, you know, designating designating the parking lot per se, if you start thinking about, you know, designating spots in the lot, then I think that begs the question, does it need to be managed? Who's going to be in there to designate the spot and let the people in and manage their space and you can't cross over? You know, vehicles on roads, we have ordinances on how long you can be there, but if it's in a parking lot and if people are going to be putting tents up, it opens up a lot of other questions as well. But in terms of time, I just question making it too early, even though I recognize what you're saying in terms of people's parking ride. I recognize that. So, Councilor Shuck?
The bus, weekdays, it leaves at 6:23 a.m. and the last return to Creswell is 6:03 p.m. That's on weekdays. It's different on Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay, councilors, any other thoughts on time? Then we're going to try to wrap this up. Shelley?
I was just going to ask a question that I should probably know the answer to, but given my work with transportation, but do we have a sense of the ridership at certain points in time during the day? So, I mean, is the parking lot full for those who are riding the bus, or?
The bus only comes twice.
Right, the park and ride though.
Well, I was thinking about the park and ride.
Yeah, the park and ride.
So how many people actually park and are getting on the bus at that time, so I'm trying, safety wise, I get it.
That was.
Do we have a sense of the ridership?
Yeah.
So, Manager Amber, do you have any sense of the ridership?
No,
I'll have to contact LBD.
I don't.
Okay.
I know.
I can give my 2 cents, because I ride it every day. It really varies. When school's in session, when it goes out, you know, it's probably going to ramp back up. It'll ramp back up in the fall. We probably generally have, my guess is 6, 7 cars that are pretty consistent LTD bus riders.
What time is that you get on there?
I get on the 6:30.
It's a good frame of reference to answer that question, you know, how many people are there.
Or 7:16, sorry, 7:16.
Manager Amber?
Yeah, I was gonna say during the day, that parking lot is not full.
No,
So, and we're not talking about camping during the day, we're talking about camping at night. So there shouldn't be anybody parking there after 10 p.m. except for city staff. Soon.
Okay, we need to give direction to Manager Amber and our attorney about ordinances. At the June meeting, we will come back, first of all, with the ordinance we had at the May meeting, which is the ordinance as was presented, and the motion and the second, and we will need to decide what to do with that. Discuss it, debate it, amend it, vote on it. But we've also talked about bringing a different ordinance, or it could be, I suppose, 2 different ordinances before the council, so that we have a plethora of ordinances that we can act on that evening. So, council, what the direction we want to give? Do we want to have our city manager, Ross, draft up a new ordinance that has location as the parking lot and the city pocket park? Do we want to have an ordinance that has no designation of location? 2 separate ordinances? I see a couple heads nodding along that line.
I would like no designation whatsoever.
I concur.
And I'd like to add almost everything else to the ordinance that we've suggested.
Okay. Manager Amber.
If you go without designating a place and we put in place all these rules, where will be the place where they can be? That, it comes down to that question.
The people have spoken. I don't know. They go where they go. I got rules, I pay my taxes, I go to work every day, I got rules, I don't know why they get free rules, I'm sorry, the people have spoken. I don't want a designation, don't need to. They want the risk, the people of the town are taking the risk, listen to their voice, and that's what we gotta do.
It's my responsibility to try to keep the city from spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawsuits.
Totally understand that.
So I need to know, where are these people going to be?
Our responsibility is to do what our constituents tell us to do, and
Well, and meet the law of the state of Oregon.
fiscally don't
I don't
wanna
understand
be
why we can't just
crazy.
continue doing what we've been doing. It's been working.
But it doesn't meet,
There is no law that requires us to designate a spot for them to camp.
right, but you have to allow a spot for them to camp.
Where does it say that?
You have to allow, under the Constitution of the United States, Amendment number 8, the district court has determined that you have to allow them a place to be.
How about?
And I'm going to, hang on, I'm going to defer to our attorney for input, because that's where we're at. We're trying to sort this out as a council with the direction from our attorney and our city manager.
If there is someone who's experiencing homelessness in Creswell, and there is no place for them to sleep, I believe, it is my opinion, that that is a violation of the law.
Okay?
So whether that is, you can legislate a few different, you can legislate negatively, like these are all the places that you can't camp or sleep, but then there is some place within there, that matrix, where our deputy can say, over there is someplace where I will not give you a ticket. Or you can legislate positively and say, nowhere else but here.
So if we legislate negatively and say what's off limits, then the deputy has to know where the deputy does direct a person. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
He's saying he could draft an ordinance either way.
Excuse me, right now we are just council and staff. We're trying to figure this out, council and staff.
But you just say, he said, that's why I asked the question.
Okay, say that again, Ross.
So you can legislate two different ways. You can legislate positively and say, this is the place where camping is allowed, or you can legislate negatively and say, these are all the places where it is not allowed. But then, once you pull apart all of those places that it's not allowed, there is some place where your population can sleep.
Okay. So, we come back to the question of two ordinances. One, that there's no designation, and one that there is a designation. And the question you were asking, Michelle, is, rephrase your question again.
Where will people be allowed to be?
If we have an ordinance that says no place,
Right.
but has restrictions on time and manner, then you're asking, where does the deputy direct the person who is sleeping someplace that is off limits?
Right.
And the deputy has to say, you can't be on the sidewalk, you can't be here, you can't be in the park, you can't be here. And the person says, well, then where? And the deputy
Somebody to come
has
get
to, is that what you're saying? Okay.
I'm just saying, that's what the courts have said. I'm not pushing for this, and I'm not trying to push against the council. I'm saying, I'm just trying to follow the law.
Okay, Stacy?
Eighth Amendment prohibits the imposition of excessive fines, excessive bail, and cruel and unusual punishment. That's it.
Right, and it's cruel and unusual punishment not to allow people to rest.
They rest now.
Yeah, they do.
Great amendments.
I remember back
They rest
at
right now.
our work
Excuse me.
session in February, I don't remember if it was you specifically, but somebody said, we don't have to designate a spot on the books. We can have instruction for the deputies on where to put them, but somebody said we don't have to put it in the books, because as soon as we bake it into our books, That's it. We're gonna,
I'm not asking you to put it in there. I'm just asking, where are we supposed to direct them to?
you're directing them to places now. Are all the places you're directing them to now places that they couldn't go after we're done?
Right now, we're directing them out of town, which is not meeting the law.
What, this law, we can't direct them out of town based on this current law or the one that died on the legislative floor?
No.
Because see, what happened was when we started this process, you guys had us developing ordinances based on 2 laws because you anticipated one to pass.
No, I didn't think that the allowed to rest the.
That was my understanding of what we were doing. We had that conversation.
No, the right to rest law was never something that I thought
I'll
would
roll back
pass.
the video. Wait,
I never
well,
thought it was
no,
gonna pass.
Well, all I know is that we were told that we should work ahead of that law. That came from our February work session, I think it was, that we should be proactive. And so that's where I think a lot of this confusion has come in. Why when we saw the document put before us a couple weeks ago, we were like, what? I think that we thought that we had, the way the conversation went back in February, I was under the impression, and I know I'm not the only one, that we were getting ahead of this law that was surely going to pass as well.
That's not been my intent. My intent is that I have learned that the 8th Amendment, the courts have ruled that depriving somebody of a place to rest is cruel and unusual punishment.
We're not depriving them, we're just telling them they have to find that place to rest somewhere else.
The state has said we need to provide it as a city.
It says that there's a definition, there's a law somewhere that says we have to provide a safe place to rest within city limits. Right now, it says that on the books.
City property.
City property.
Nope. Does not say that.
Ross, is that also your
I know it
understanding?
Yeah, so the law that we're getting out in front of is the law that takes effect on July 1st, which is ORS 195-530. Subsection 2 says, any city or county law that regulates the act of sitting, lying, sleeping, or keeping warm and dry outdoors on public property that is open to the public must be objectively reasonable as to time, place, and manner with regards to persons experiencing homelessness. So,
As to time, place, and manner. That's it. Objectively reasonable as to time, place, and manner.
right, so if you have 0 places and 0 time and 0 manner, it's my opinion that that is not objectively reasonable because there is nowhere in the city of Creswell where that person can lie and not be in violation of the code. And it's not lie is a bad word because it's not the right to rest law or whatever that's been proposed many times in the Oregon legislature. It's never gone anywhere. What we were talking about in February was preparing for 195-530, which takes effect July 1st.
I remember there being a conversation about us not being able to move them along outside of city limits. So you're saying that was dealing with this one you just talked about?
Right.
Okay.
Because it's regulation of city property. So somewhere on city property, we have to account for this law on our books. And if
It says that specifically, or that's your interpretation of it?
That's just a shorthand of what I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay, so back to the council. So we have one ordinance already that we will be returning to. I know that several of us believe that we need to have an ordinance that states a specific place. And I believe that place would be the Pocket Park. And then for vehicular traffic would remain as is in the current ordinance, downtown, commercial, and industrial zones along public right-of-way. Council members, are you also wanting in that place the parking lot? I would personally vote against the parking lot for a number of reasons which we talked about tonight. There is ample space along the public right-of-way in the downtown commercial industrial zone for the vehicles we currently have already. I would advocate only for the Pocket Park as a site for people who are not in a vehicle. And for right now, I believe that would pass muster on the law as a place where we could probably accommodate 6 to 8 people. In that spot, it is a public park, it's publicly owned. and they would be able to be there. They would not be allowed in the parking lot, because I see too many dangers of people going into the parking lot and then sleeping or pitching a tent. Too many dangers. So that's what I would advocate for. One resolution that would have that as the place, and then all the other time and manner things that we've talked about.
Excuse me, Mayor.
So, just a minute, I want to ask.
I don't think our city attorney, we should be paying our city attorney to have a conversation in the hallway with one citizen.
Oh.
He should be present.
Michelle?
He should be present for
We're going to take a recess so we can go grab our city attorney. Michelle, can you go grab our city attorney?
Let me get the time.
He's got it.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tammy, calling that to our attention. So we want you in here with us, not talking with a private citizen. So I think that three of us were wanting, or.
Are you going to reconvene?
City council is reconvened.
Two are missing.
Two are missing. City council taking a break.
Awesome. Right here is where it talks about public.
I think it's pretty clear. It has to be public property. The ordinance applies to cities and counties, so the city must decide for that city, which is all we can decide for, but it has to be city, public property. Yep, I think that's pretty clear.
Well, thank you for being here. You're right.
Okay.
Person going to, if you don't have any
Please take a break out and make it 70%.
I'm really surprised to learn when it doesn't have to be city property inside city limits.
It has to be publicly owned. We did learn that tonight.
No.
It has to be owned by the city.
Yes, but like this.
Okay, Norma gone too?
We both went to.
And we don't. So does that open up more options?
Okay. Council is reconvening. So, I think that several of us are in favor of an ordinance that would specify a place. My choice would be the pocket park for campers, for people who do not have a vehicle. It would not include the public parking lot. It would include the downtown commercial and industrial zone. I want to make sure that we have in the ordinance square footage away from the library, so that we don't have vehicles right out in front of the library. And that would be the ordinance I'd like to see come before the council, along with the other things we've talked about. Do I have concurrence on that, at least from a few councilors, on that kind of an ordinance? Okay, so then I also have the impression that there are some councilors who would like an ordinance with no place listed. Is that correct?
Correct. We're supposed to set time, manner, and place, and the place is no place.
So there'd be no place listed.
Correct.
Okay? So my question to our attorney and manager, Amber, is that something that you think is doable?
Can I draft it? Yes, I can draft that.
Yes. Is it defensible?
Not very strongly. I don't, right now, I don't know how I could defend that, because I would have to argue that having no place to do what the law requires in the city of Creswell on city property is objectively reasonable. And I don't know how I'd do that.
Manager Amber, as you represent the city for our...
I know that you all took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States, and I know that the court specifically listed the 8th Amendment in their judgment on this issue, and they declared that not allowing a place to rest is cruel and unusual punishment. And that's what I'll say.
Okay. Councilor Holt?
I'm not suggesting that we're not allowing it, I'm just suggesting that we're not baking it into our ordinance.
Tammy?
Can we ask to have from Ross, the 8th Amendment at our June meeting
Well, sure. we can-
packet, in our packet,
Sure.
so that I can get some education on that.
In
Thank
fact,
you.
why don't we just ask City Manager Ross to get that out to us via email sooner than, because we don't meet for 3 weeks.
I would love to. I tried to search it, and all I found, Michelle, was about the fines, and I couldn't find anything about the right to rest, so.
It's cruel and unusual punishment is the term that the courts have quoted.
Okay.
Councilor
I just
Alonso?
wanted to mention that in the LOC Guide to Persons Experiencing Homelessness in Public Spaces, on page 2, it's there. And then on page 3, there's I think it's a pretty clear explanation as to the sitting, sleeping, or lying outside on public property for homeless individuals who cannot obtain shelter. And I just wanted to kind of add to what Michelle just kind of said. Believe me, I'm trying to set aside my own opinions and my own beliefs in this issue and come to in compliance with the Oregon state law by meeting the minimum requirements, because I too took an oath to uphold the Constitution and the Oregon Constitution. I don't like it, but it's here before us, and we got to do something.
So I want to speak for a minute as well. It's been stated a number of different times that by creating a place we invite people, if we build it, they will come. We invite. And so for me, it's important that we comply with the law, because as you said, I took an oath as well to uphold the law. And if you're an American citizen, you have as much right to public property as anybody. We all have the same right to public space. And we can create all kinds of restrictions around the use of that space, but we have a right to that space. And as William pointed out, we've been asking our sergeant for several years, every month at council meetings, give us an update on the unhoused in Creswell. And the report rarely changes. It's 6 to 10 people, all in campers. We have always had transient people who are up and down I-5. Years ago I pastored a church, and we had a fund for all the churches in Creswell because we knew that we always would have transient people coming through town who needed a handout. That's not going to change. And I think those are the folks that we'll find occasionally out at the parks sleeping. We do have some people who've been in Creswell for many, many years who sleep under bridges and who are excited because they're soon going to be getting Social Security because they have an address and they're looking to get into a place. And I'm thrilled for them. And some of these folks I've known all 40 years I've been here. This is their community. And so I call them my unhoused neighbor. We have lots of housed neighbors in Creswell, but I have unhoused neighbors. And as the woman that William interviewed last time at the meeting, she's unhoused, but she's been in our community for quite some time.
Not even a year.
And now I understand that she was in an auto accident, she's in the hospital. And her truck is demolished and she has no place to go. So I consider them unhoused neighbors. And I think there's a difference between inviting and acknowledging. I'm against Garden Lake Park. I'm against our city parks because I think they do provide nice spaces. That's why we like them. They're nice spaces. And some of them have lots of woods and undergrowth that can make it impossible to monitor, to police. So I think if we're going to create a space, it has to be very visible, not a place where an unhoused person probably wants to stay because it's too visible. And there's no undergrowth. There's no place really to go, but it's a space where you can lay your head at night. So I consider them our unhoused neighbors. And I'd like to think that the Creswell Friendly City can be neighborly to people who are our neighbors, who some of them have been here 40 years and some of them a year. But they're not just transients moving through. We do have some people in that. And so, and in my mind, there's a difference between inviting and acknowledging. America has a homelessness epidemic everywhere. My daughter lives in downtown Portland, works at a bank. She deals with it every day. Whether you go to Junction City or Florence or Creswell or Eugene, Homelessness is everywhere. We're not going to get away from it. And every city and every county in Oregon right now is probably having meetings like we are, wrestling on how to comply with this law. And I have a hard time thinking that Creswell is the coolest spot in the place of Oregon, that once we create an ordinance, everybody's going to flock here. When Eugene and Junction City and Cottage Grove and Veneta and Pendleton, they're all creating their own ordinances. And they're fearing the same thing we're fearing, that we're going to be flooded. So my intention is to create a place that is manageable, that is safe for my unhoused neighbor, just as it's safe for all of us. Someplace that's very visible, someplace that is doable for our limited patrol and our limited public works people to care for. A place that is small, that will work for us to cross the line and be in compliance, recognizing that we have to keep our finger on it, and if the problem grows, we have to adapt, we have to change our ordinance. Or if we find it too lenient, we can change our ordinance and curtail that. But we have to somehow create this place. And so I'm not looking to invite the homeless, but I'm looking to acknowledge that they're part of our life, they're part of our community. And how do we provide a safe place for unhoused neighbors? How do we comply with the law? So I would be I could never vote for an ordinance that says we provide no place, because I think that's both uncharitable, and at the same time, I think it's a blatant violation of the law.
We didn't say no place.
If you raise your hand.
You're mixing my words though, and that's not right.
Excuse me.
Correct. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to allow you to do that to me.
Tammy, you've raised your hand.
What we're simply saying is what the public has asked for, which is not to designate a place. We're not, I'll speak for myself and not the other two counselors that have voiced similar opinion. I am not saying they have no right to be in Creswell. We exist to provide quality, reliable, affordable city services to city residents and businesses, creating safe, livable, attractive community. Some of our city residences don't own, rent in homes. We have to provide safe, livable, but we're going to set the manner and the time regulations so that, I mean, it's just a different look at this than what you might have, Dave. And I have great respect for you. You're the reason I'm on council. I guess I don't have any other words. I haven't thought in advance about how I want to put that into words, but I'm not saying there's no place. I'm saying let's not designate a place. There's a difference in my mind.
Shelley?
So Mayor, I just wanted to share that I'm in agreement with your perspective, and so thank you for stating it probably more eloquently than I could. I also just wanted to share, I think, that this is a really difficult, this is difficult, right? This is really hard, and I know that I've been doing just a lot of soul searching, talking with individuals, talking with our community, reading emails, reading guidance, right? I've really been looking at this from as many angles as I possibly can, and one of the things that I asked for us, or one of the things that I asked for as I was looking for centering values, things that we committed to, again, is I actually went back to our oath of office. And I asked our judge to share with me, can you remind me what it is that I said that I was going to do? And so I'd like to just take a moment and just read, when I was sworn in, this is the oath of office, is according to the law and the best of my abilities, I promise that I will perform my duties in good faith, openly, honestly, and civilly. I promise to that to the best of my abilities that I will always seek to do what is in the best interest of the community and not just that which will benefit me personally. I also promise that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution of the State of Oregon, and the Home Rule Charter of the City of Creswell. So help me God. And so, as I have been sitting with that oath, and I've been thinking about what my role is as a city councilor is all of this comes together in I think, a way that Mayor Stram spoke to. And so all of that being said, one of the things that I guess I want to ask, and maybe this is a question for Lane County Sheriff's Office, maybe this is a question for our attorney. Would you advise us to, as we are meeting the minimum requirements, would you advise us to specify a space, or would you advise us to not specify a space? Because I functionally don't know what would be the difference, right? So if I'm a Lane County Sheriff's officer, and if I don't have a space, I can say, here's all of these different places that you can't be. And then when somebody says, where can I be? I mean, the answer is here, right? This is a place that meets all the requirements. Or does it make sense for us to say, here is the space where we have agreed that this is already what meets the requirements? And so I guess that's my question, really long-winded, is what would you advise us to do to meet the law?
In my opinion, there is not a functional difference. It's just different words. And because we're dealing with a fairly small population in Creswell, and we're dealing with what looks to be probably a small location, it would be less words to say here. In bigger cities with bigger populations, they're able to say not here, not there, not there, and not there. And then there's a smattering of places that are available. And so it's easier for them to do it that way. So I just think it's different words to the same result.
That's it.
Okay. Councilor Holt?
What happens when Pocket Park fills up?
Yeah, great question. Then the analysis changes. Then we have, it's no longer objectively reasonable.
And we have to create more space?
Right,
That's why I don't want to designate.
okay.
Manager Amber.
It's not my choice.
Not designating leaves staff in a really bad place. Because we don't know what to do. We don't, I mean, you give us all of this, so we have to sift through all of this and find the property that this doesn't apply to, so that we can direct people to that place.
You don't have to direct people to any place. Direct them to read the ordinance.
To find it on their own.
We need to know when they are or are not in the right place.
Read the ordinance. If the ordinance says not in blah, 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 then if they're in blah, blah, blah space, they need to be told to move that space. It's to me, it's like really simple. I'm sorry, we can't see
It's
eye
not
to eye,
really simple.
but they need to read that ordinance.
Let Manager Amber conclude her thoughts.
It's not really simple. We are the ones that have to enforce this. And you have given us all kinds of great direction where they can't be and what they can't do, that in my understanding of the city-owned property eliminates the possibility of them being on that property. There may be one lot that I can think of that this does not touch, and that is in the middle of a residential area, and it's a small lot. The rest are all parks. I mean, and I don't want to see people in the parks any more than anyone else. We work so hard to make a beautiful place in the parks for everyone. And our Parks and Tree Board, they are amazing, and they love their parks, and they protect them, and they take care of them. And Cliff's people do a wonderful job at the parks. I don't want our parks destroyed, but I also don't want to go to jail for this. I don't want to spend $100,000 and be told that the court is going, I don't want to just throw away money either. I need to know for real. I really need to know. Where are the safe places for them to be that staff can identify?
The same places you've been identifying for 3 years?
No, we've been moving them out of town for 3 years.
That's not what Alex shared with us earlier, that he, since
That's
he
not what
came
he
on
said.
board in February, he has not enforced anything. He picked right up where Officer Sergeant May was.
What they do is they move campers along. They've done it for 3 years, and what he meant was he hasn't written any
He said he hasn't
tickets.
done anything.
He said he hasn't written any tickets. So that's the difference.
So I think he said he hasn't enforced at all.
That's what he
Yeah,
said.
Not enforced.
Well, I know that they have moved them along, and I know that that has been my direction, and I know that that has been my expectation. And not moving them along means that they're in the Garden Lake Park. It means that they're in our parks. So now, when we find them, we tell them to go somewhere that doesn't exist.
Just tell them what our ordinances are and what the rules are of being in Creswell.
That does not leave them a place to be.
Okay.
Can they find it on their own? Why do we gotta tell them?
Yeah, I
Because-
I gotta do a lot of my own
They're-
research
They're adults
on laws
sometimes,
and-
but not all the time.
We're just not
Got
gonna
up
see
at
that.
6 o'clock this morning, went to work. On my lunch break, I reread everything, re-looked at the Creswell map, managed to get that done. I have the same expectation of other people to do some research.
This is
Figure
a
it out.
public meeting.
But where you have created an impossible situation for us.
Question, procedural.
Raise your hand. Counselor Smith.
I'd like to understand if, so say we went and we do 2 ordinances and one designation, one doesn't, and the vote is split on both, what happens then?
Well, if all 7 council members are there, it won't be a split. It'll be 4-3,
Maybe.
or 5-2, or 6-1, or who knows. So, where does that leave us?
The people.
Can you draft, you can draft 2 ordinances, certainly, and the council can pass either ordinance, but the concern that I'm hearing is with an ordinance that eliminates everything, then that leaves the city vulnerable.
There's a legal piece you're missing that's left out.
Excuse me, this is council time. Is that understanding correct? Is that a fair statement?
Fix
An
it.
ordinance that leaves out everything, so there wouldn't be the other things that were discussed?
No, it would have time and manner, but in terms of, it would not designate any place, an ordinance that has no place designated would leave us vulnerable to a lawsuit?
Right, if the ordinance says there is no camping, no sleeping overnight on all public property, and lists all the public property in the city and says, these are all the places that you can't camp, and that list is all public property, then that means there is 0 city property where someone can sleep overnight. And it's my opinion that that is not objectively reasonable.
Because all the land is either publicly owned or privately owned. And the city has jurisdiction only over the publicly owned land.
Well, no, because the law is only worried about
Publicly owned land, okay.
Time and manner, things that we've talked about and that have been in the draft ordinance, don't address the couple of lots up, is it Holbrook, Cliff?
Those are guarded by federal, where our reservoirs are, those are under federal authority because they are our
Okay.
water supply.
So it doesn't exclude everything. That is an incorrect statement.
Well, but those are excluded under other laws.
How's
Those
an
are,
unhoused person gonna know that?
that's,
It's the same question that you just asked me.
right. I need to know where I can tell them to go, and they cannot go into our water supply. They cannot go into where we make water. Those things are protected.
I agree with you on that. But my point is, mayor said and our attorney said that we're in the time and manner that we're eliminating everything that's public. No, we're not. We haven't addressed everything, every piece.
But you are effectively eliminating all the public
Our
property.
citizens don't want the unhoused on our public property.
That is true. That is true. But that doesn't that doesn't align with the law. As I understand it. Now, if there is some loophole that I don't know, I am not an attorney.
I'm trying to read it to you.
Hopefully it
No,
won't
you're
become
not.
law.
Well, I'm trying.
Hopefully it won't
No.
become law.
We haven't let him talk, so he
Yeah.
hasn't been able
But it's a
to.
public hearing, but there's a piece in here that
I'm
we're.
sorry, we are now at council
You want
time.
to step out?
Well,
and I'll
you're
talk to
missing
him?
the information.
We are now at council time.
It's valuable.
Stacy?
Can I use my council time to listen to this gentleman talk? please?
No, because we
Yes.
are working out at the council and with our city attorney, who is our.
I think he has
City
good, I think he has something that might be valuable though, and I think that by silencing him, it's.
You've been chewing on this for 45 minutes. There's a piece you're missing. I tried to take him out of the hall, well, I tried to ask him and he wanted to go to the hallway. And seriously, the piece you're missing is,
Hang on, council. Do you wish to hear from
Yep.
this gentleman?
Yes, I do, yes, I do want to hear from him.
so it is
Okay.
two. This is the section piece you're missing. Any city or county law that regulates the acts of sitting, lying, sleeping, or keeping warm and dry outdoors on public property that is open to the public. Open to the public. That's what you keep missing. Must be objectively reasonable as to time, place, and matter. If it's open to the public. The reason is they don't want you to come along, she's homeless, I'm not, and you say, oh, you can't lay down here and go after her because it's open to the public. But if your public spaces are not open to the public, then you're not going after the homeless, you're not targeting anybody, because it's equal for everybody. It's equal. You're not targeting homeless. So if your public spaces are not open to the public, if every city space closes at 10 o'clock at night and there is nothing open to the public, then you're not going after anybody for time, manner, or place because it's the same for every person and you're not targeting a homeless person. You keep missing that piece.
Okay.
Now, your problem will be, your problem will be this, here's the caveat, devil's advocate. You got a whole park, you have somebody it's open during the day, and it's a place to hang out, and you have somebody who's gonna wanna pitch a tent at 3 PM, and you might get screwed there because it's open to the public, and now you gotta go tell this guy he can't put a tent there or put a sleeping bag there, and somebody else. That's where they're coming and saying, your law enforcement can now come and tell him he can't put a tent here because our space that we're telling you can put a tent is the parking lot. I see both sides. It's easier if you have a parking lot and not just your small strip that's gonna fill up in the first night. The entire parking lot for people to put tents in, even the parking spaces. If you're gonna do it right. And then you're right, they're right. Then you can tell them that's where you go. And then you make the rules of such that they won't wanna be there, so they won't be there. And you'll only have the 6 or 7 people that you got that live here in Creswell and will be fine. Utilize the whole park, not just that small little strip, because they're gonna tear up your land. But if you want to get away from it and not designate a space, then all your public spaces at some time are not open to the public. That's when your law enforcement can enforce that.
The ordinance that they have in front of them, you may not know, prevents camping in the parks.
No, but this is what it's saying is public.
They can't camp in the park.
No, but this is saying public property. This is your library. So
No, we don't have the library.
No, that's a foundation.
That's City Hall.
What this says is any city or county law that for public property, anything that the city owns, if you don't designate it that it's closed after a certain hour, then you can't, if it's, whatever it is, if City Hall isn't closed after a certain time or an hour, or if your small park isn't closed, or if whatever curb strip it is, then you can't enforce it. You're not being reasonable because you're just enforcing the homeless person.
But what about the 8th Amendment issue of cruel and unusual?
Somebody being, it's not cruel and unusual because this is saying for everybody. It's not cruel and unusual that they have to move along. That's not cruel and unusual punishment. You can look into cruel and unusual punishment.
But you need to read the actual ruling from the circuit court on that, because they quote that, and they're very clear that.
Then this bill is violating it.
Excuse me. They're very clear that if you violate someone's right to rest, you are that's cruel and unusual punishment, because people have the right to be. That's the word they use, is to be.
Then this
And they
bill
get-
violates that.
They get to be wherever they want.
Then this
They
bill
get to
violates that.
Be.
Then this bill violates that.
We're not gonna continue all this. Ross, I want to hear your response to the gentleman's comment.
Sure, so he is talking about the phrase in the legislation that talks about public property that is open to the public. And the argument being that if we close all public property, then we can treat everyone equally. The problem is we have a lot of public property that we can't close. So we have sidewalks, we have streets, we have undeveloped right-of-way. And so if we say that we close all of our public property, then people won't be able to walk home at night. They won't be able to drive their cars at night. And so it would have the effect of keeping our parking lots and our parks closed, but then we would have tents on our sidewalks. Because that's public property owned by the city that is always open to the public.
So it's 10:30. Sounds like the council is wanting 2 ordinances brought forward. And I think the one ordinance, our attorney and our city manager both have great difficulty in thinking it will pass the law. Yes? No? An ordinance that
So if we're talking about an ordinance that allows no sleeping overnight on city property, then I believe that is, it's my opinion, that is not objectively reasonable as to time, place, and manner, because there is no place, there is no time where someone can sleep.
Okay, so I'm trying to wrap this up. So you can draft that ordinance,
Yes.
even though your advice to the council would be that may not be objectively reasonable according to the law.
You are allowed to take that risk.
Sure. And we can also draft the ordinance that specifies the pocket park and the street parking, downtown residential and commercial. I think that's the second one. And that comes before the council. Council will debate it. We'll vote on the ordinances. We'll select an ordinance. We can have a July 1st deadline. And then council has to decide. Our attorney follows our direction. Right? So I'm asking council, are you in consensus that we are asking our attorney and our city manager to draft 2 ordinances along those lines?
To finish the night, I guess, yeah.
I'm not in consensus. I think that we should be discussing what these ordinances look like before they're drawn up. I hear you. You have made very clear how you want it to look like, but I don't think that you encompass this whole table. Are you guys all in agreement that the second one should look like pocket park plus the cars are on the roads? Like, let's talk about that.
Hey, let's ask that question then, because I thought I had already asked that question.
Did you? I'm sorry. I
And
missed it.
I
If you did.
saw
It's
foreheads
getting
nod
late.
before.
It's getting
They
late.
wanted that to be one ordinance. One of the ordinance, pocket park.
Okay.
With a much stronger
Yes.
standards
Yes.
that we had originally.
Yes, vehicular camping in vehicles, downtown commercial, industrial, public roads, pocket park for non-vehicular. And I saw before, I saw forehead say, yes, that was one ordinance you wanted drawn up. So that's one ordinance. The second ordinance is an ordinance that would not specify any location, is that correct?
That's correct.
No location specified,
Correct.
but also with all the restrictions that we've talked about.
Yes.
And in the meantime, you'd like to get a copy of the 8th Amendment as soon as possible. Is that correct?
That'd be great. Yeah, when I Google it, it just talks about bail. I don't understand.
Okay, so I think we've given direction. Okay?
Yep.
So that means we're going to move on to our final topic of the night. But I do not see anyone here from Santa Pe. Am I missing them?
Maybe they're in another room.
What?
They're in the room.
Oh,
He's asleep.
you've been here all along. Okay,
Brave man.
so we are going to move to,
Oh, my goodness.
let's find the agenda here. This is item 4B, Sanapac rate proposal. And we have Aaron, who's been here a long time, introduce who you have with you tonight.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us. I have Chris Carr, he's our district manager for Sanapac. My name is Aaron Donnelly with Sanapac. Just returning, we had come to the city previously for the annual rate adjustment request and requested a CPI rate adjustment based on the CPI of last year, which was 8.15%. We were asked to come back with some other options, essentially, because of the substantial nature of the increase, the substantial nature of the CPI. So what we did was, what we have here is a potential amendment to the contract that states that this year will be capped at 5%, and next year we would be essentially guaranteed 5%, and then moving forward would follow the CPI West BCU, which is Western cities, small to medium in size. So that's what we're presenting tonight, is to implement that, essentially to curb the impact this year. No one can predict what the CPI is going to be next year. If you did, you'd be rich. But what I've read is that people are thinking that it's going to be in the 2s to high 3s. So my guess is that the overall impact will be 5% this year, plus if we do 5% next year versus, let's say CPI comes in at a 3 next year, then you'll essentially have a net 7% versus the 8.15 we came in for originally as far as an impact. We are getting a 7% increase on the landfill tip fee in July. So even though we are getting, if we do get a 5% this year, the net on that, because our tip fee is going up even more than that, we'll experience like a 4.7 in actuality. So that's what we're coming back with, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, council members, questions for Aaron? Thank you for being here. And
yeah, thank you.
And all the Sanapac folks and Jenny.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Shuff.
Can I ask our finance director what his opinion is on the CPI for a year from now? I know the feds wanted it to.
Yeah, the state economists have also stated that they expect the CPI to get down towards the 2 that the Fed is pushing for.
Okay, thank you.
Other councilors?
I have a
Councilor
question.
Castillo.
You'll have to excuse me, it's late, I'm tired. Can you refresh my memory? Your original request was 8.15.
Correct.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay, and then I believe from our last work session, if the council this did not pass, then it would be what?
Well, the council can decide to approve that. If they can decide not to approve it, we would get an automatic pass-through on the disposal impact.
Yes, that's
of the increase.
what is, and what would that be?
So it's a 7% disposal, but disposal is about 30% of our costs, so it would be like a 2.1%. 2.1% would be if it was just disposal, and that's all that we got, then it would be a 2.1% approximate increase, because that's the impact of the disposal increase on our costs.
So if it did not pass, we would be looking at a 2.1?
That would be your minimum. I mean, you could potentially, offer up a different rate or something, so.
So the council, go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to weigh out our options.
Right.
Because I see that as an option, and now we have this amendment as our other option.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, the council could pick any rate they wanted. They could say 4%, 5%, something like that. My question is, if the council doesn't approve the 8.15, which comes out to $1.90 a month, I believe is what it said.
Yes.
And again, stand effect is optional. That's not a required fee for Creswellians. You can haul your own. But if the council didn't adopt 8.15 and adopted some other number, now, and of course, one option is this agreement, but let's say the council didn't adopt this agreement, didn't adopt the 8.15, what happens next year when you come back? Because next year you would be returning again to ask for a rate increase.
Right. Well, I mean, every year you push your costs down the road, eventually there's some form of catching up that needs to happen. So that's why we try and recommend CPI. It is somewhat of a protection. It keeps things sort of standard and going. I think you can see the example that I mentioned that we did in Veneta, which is that we capped it at 5% versus 8.15 this year, because we just knew that we had that in the contract and we knew we had some assurance of CPI next year versus no assurance of any rate adjustment. So it's a long-term contract. You know, we want a long-term relationship, and that CPI, I think, if you can look at the precedent that we set, at least in Veneta, that we stayed accountable and good to that. The other cities, Springfield is 8.15, we're presenting as well, Lowell as well. So.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered your question. I feel like I kind of rattled on there.
No,
Sorry.
you did, Aaron. And another question on this amendment, if I'm understanding this correctly, that even though there would be the 5% cap, that you could still, maybe it's better if I just read it. So after that increase, about 5% shall not be unreasonably withheld in the event the CPI index is no longer published. The parties shall confer in good faith to select an alternate index and shall confirm their agreement on a substitute index in writing. Does that mean that you could still come back and say, hey, this 5% isn't working?
Potentially. I mean, yeah, I have not done that. You know, it says shall not be unreasonably withheld. I guess that would be if it's within reason to some, I don't know whose discretion that would be, but I think the goal there is, you know, if fuel went up to $10 a gallon or something, we would probably have to come in. But there's lots of verbiage in that second paragraph that talks about the documentation we would have to provide in order to qualify for that as well.
And you've never had to go that route with, I would imagine there's more than just Veneta that has this contract.
Well, Veneta is the only one that I sort of personally manage that closely, and I've not done it in Veneta.
You've never had to go there?
Yeah, no, I haven't. And I mean, I can't speak for the future, but I know that, you know, I would always fight to do our best this year and see what happens next year, and we want to serve the city for decades. You know, that's my goal, so.
Thank you.
Shelley.
See, and again, I'm so sorry, it's so late. Can you remind me again, or remind the council again, so you talked about the increase, so that right now, on average, it's $23.50 per month.
Right.
So what does that entail? So what kind of service does that entail? Is that like a weekly, is that every other means?
Yeah, that's a weekly 35-gallon garbage can. It's the most common size, and you get every other week recycling in a 95-gallon cart, and glass every other week with motor oil if you have it.
Okay. So then theoretically, if somebody says, I only get my trash every other week or whatnot, then that number is not exactly, like, this is a $1.90 per.
That's just an average of the most common. There's other service levels that go up and down. You can go 35-gallon. I think it goes down to once a month. Yeah.
So, reading the agreement over, section 1 rates, I'm reading like the fourth sentence down. The rates and fees herein shall automatically increase by 5% effective July 1, 2023. The rates and fees herein shall automatically increase by 5% effective July 1, 2024. Thereafter, the rates for service described shall be automatically adjusted annually effective July 1 each year commencing on July 1 based on the average annual increase, if any, of the CPI. So my understanding would be this July, the rates go up 5%.
Correct,
Next July, the rates go up 5% automatically.
correct.
So we're guaranteed 2 years of 5% increase. And then the third year, 2025, then we are locked into, the cap is 5%,
Right.
but it would be the CPI.
Yeah, whatever the CPI was in
Okay.
2024.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to ask Manager Emery, do you have any thoughts you'd like to share with the council on this franchise agreement?
I think it's pretty straightforward. It does say thereafter, the rates for service described herein shall be automatically adjusted annually effective July 1st of each year during the term of the franchise commencing on July 1st, 2025, based on the annual average increase, if any, of the consumer price index for all urban customers, blah, 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 blah. The CPI during the most recent 12-month period ending no later than December 31st of the calendar year preceding the upcoming year. So if it goes up 4%, then it'll be 4%. If it's 5%, it'll be 5%. But it doesn't have that cap in place.
What do you mean doesn't have the cap in place?
If it's 8%, it's whatever. Thereafter, the rates for service described shall be automatically adjusted annually to whatever the CPI is.
Whatever the CPI is.
In the event the CPI increased over 5%, it's like the fourth sentence up from the bottom on the first page.
Yeah.
It talks about shall be capped at 5%.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. And the statement you read, Alonzo, on the second page, talks about in the event the CPI index is no longer published.
Yeah.
What's the likelihood of that?
It happens. It happened
Okay.
a few years ago, and there used to be called a Portland CPI that just changed. There will always be a CPI of similar nature to what we're looking at. So it may be that they change, in my understanding, maybe that they just changed the name of it and we have to add in the new name or something comparable. So yeah.
It was my understanding they dropped Portland and picked up the western region.
Yeah.
And part of that reason is because Portland became so strange economically.
Right, yeah, that's right.
Michelle?
Actually, the way that section reads is that in the event the CPI is over 5% from the prior year's annual average, the automatic increase shall be capped at 5%. And the grantee and the grantor shall meet and confer in good faith to determine whether the grantee shall be entitled to receive the remaining increase above 5%. So it says, if it gets above 5%, he'll come and make a presentation to you. But it still could be above 5%.
But
It's only a,
the council would have to approve anything over 5% on a separate nature right there.
And it says you would not reasonably withhold a higher rate. If he can prove to you that the landfill fees went up and the gasoline went up and everything else went up, you could not reasonably withhold the increase. It says that.
Unreasonably withheld.
What, yes, and that's what I was trying to clarify, and that's the way I understood it, but yet it would still be up to a vote.
Of the city council.
Yes,
So it would be
yes.
just like it is right
Yes,
now.
even though it
So
says-
you don't have an automatic 5% cap.
Yes, that's what I understood it. To some degree, we really don't, because they could come back and say, hey, this 5% isn't working. We need
If it's
8.
an automatic increase of 5%, then it would be automatic and you wouldn't vote. But if it is over 5%, they'll come and they'll tell you, we need more money, and it's not a cap.
But
It's a kind of a governor.
however, it would still go to a vote.
Absolutely, it
Yeah,
always
so-
does, because the franchise gives you the right to set the rate.
Sure. So basically, we're taking our chances with where we're staying now with the CPI, or this. It's kind of either way is a gamble.
But it will be automatically set.
Yeah, automatically for the next 2 years, 5%.
No, forever.
Forever.
Going forward.
Yes.
Councilor Holt?
Do our rates currently get raised yearly?
Yes.
Yeah, Aaron comes every spring.
But it's up to us to say yay or nay right now. So we'd be taking a little bit of that power away from ourselves. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure I understood.
If you look at the history too that he provided before, the rate has not been 8%. It's been much lower. And so there's a history there of being in the 3% range. So it just, depends on what you think the future's going to be, I guess.
It does not, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It does not appear that it would be beneficial in the long term. Maybe this year,
Right.
we could say, oh, we got 5, we beat the 8, But in the long term, I'm not convinced that it's that beneficial.
That's why I agree with you, that's why I asked, yeah.
Tammy?
I would just have to go with what staff's recommendation is. So, Jim has the biggest, or the most knowledge on the CPI, and are we rolling the dice?
Yeah, it seems to be very crystal ball, in my opinion. And then what is driving the CPI is one of my questions every year that I look at it. I look at what is driving the CPI up. Is it food? Is it housing? Is it fuel costs?
Yeah, war, whatever, election year.
I think the historical, Jim, do you have the historical CPI year over year handy? I don't have it in my mind. I think it was 8.15 is the highest that I've ever seen. I know that our rate requests, I believe in 2021, I don't want to say, I know we did 0 because of COVID one year. I think it was like 2.1% the year after. And I think CPI was right around, I think we've been trying to keep in track with CPI is kind of how we've always presented. So it is a common thing that many cities do, I will say that. It does provide some sort of stability and security for the system to continue. So.
Go ahead.
I think that the system we have now works. And the amendment, I'm not certain would change anything a whole lot.
Stacy?
No, Shelley.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's
Must be getting late.
I just wanted to just double check my math that I did. It's just very,
Yeah.
again, calculator on a tablet kind of math. And so right now, we're looking at an average of $23.50 per month. And so if you were to look at the minimum that we would be increasing, is 2.1%. And that would, again, roughly work out to be about 50 cents per month. So that would increase that to about $24 per month. So we're looking at the difference of a dollar, again, on average, about $1.50 a month.
From the 8.15 to a 2.1.
Yeah.
That
Great,
sounds
okay.
right, yeah.
All right, I love it when math works for me at 11 o'clock at night. Excellent. And so I guess in thinking about all of that and in hearing the conversation as well, I think that you have given us a compelling reason as to why that 8.1% exists for this year. As you talked about fuel prices, as you talked about landfill, as you talked about all of those different pieces. And so for me, I think that what we have right now elicits a really robust conversation where we're looking at all of the numbers and we're thinking about that as a whole council. And so my encouragement would be to continue with what we have right now.
I'm happy to keep coming back every year and talking about it.
We'd like to see
It's no
you.
problem.
So, council, here's the question. Do you want to put this amended draft to vote next month? Do you want to stay with the current? We would be passing a new resolution and adopting the Sanipac rate of 8.15. That would be one option, or the other option would be to have this on to look at. Nick?
Quick question, can we negotiate a little bit on this 815? I mean,
We don't have to adopt the 815.
well, that's what I thought, so I
That's
thought we're
yeah.
quick to go and jump on the 815. I mean, I want to continue your service, I think you guys do a fine job. But there's been a lot of fees imposed on the city
A lot.
in the residents, and I would kind of rather try and meet you more in the middle with this amendment and sit somewhere around 4.07 I think it's an increase that helps you guys out, it shows a good faith, but yet we're, it's still a couple bucks saved for the residents as well, and I think the contract can stay the same, and then we can focus on CPI a couple of years down the road, but I think at 4.7, it's a good faith agreement.
4.7
Or
was...
4.07.
4.07?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I have that about $1 a month per.
I have to probably talk with Chris. I'm not sure if I can state at this point. We'd probably have to, I would like to, if the council did want to go under 8.15, I probably would like to sort of have my original presentation as to how we came up with that number and what the actual costs were, because there were like real costs that we were trying to associate that with. And I don't know, Chris, if you can remember the exact percentages that we presented in the letter. Maybe it's somebody has a copy of it, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shooting from the hip. I don't know exact numbers in the pamphlet or the presentation that we did. I mean, we're seeing massive increases in cost of materials, what it takes to recycle, to drop recycling off, to repair trucks, to buy our trucks, everything that we use in TV, which is our truck variants as far as the vehicles that we drive. We're anywhere from 20 to 40% price increases over the last year. So going into this at 8.15 is the highest that any city's ever seen. But at the same time, that's why we came back with the 5.5, and then up to 5% it would just be a pass through, because we talked about, someone asked questions about why Veneta did that in our other presentation, but it gives us an opportunity, like Aaron said, to gain a little bit of CPI each year, because if we don't, if cities go 0, 0 or 1, 2, our costs still go, and it comes to a point where we have to say, hey, we need a 17% price increase, or we're not going to be able to do business. And then we have a long council like we did on homeless tonight about trash rates.
I thought your guys' presentation was great. I really felt like you hit the details. I'm going to negotiate, I always will. I mean, I use a service at my place of business too, but I got to look out for the people too of this town, and we have hit them with a lot, and I was against a lot of it, but some of it still went through, so I'm just here to negotiate. I'm not saying, you don't have to say no, and you don't have to say yes, but I'm not just going to say yes at 8.15. I don't feel like I'm doing my job at just saying yes to that.
I'm not sure, can we negotiate here at this table or
Tonight.
That's what I'm asking for.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know if this is something that we have this is put before us, we can make a motion maybe to amend it. I don't understand this piece, yeah.
At the work session, you have all of the language, and you can rewrite whatever you like. It's a basis for you to begin negotiations, or a basis for you to begin drafting something else.
But he said that which one do we want to vote on, the one for 8.15 or this other one? And so he made it sound kind of cut and dry that was what was going to show up to us in a week or 2 weeks. And so I guess, so to follow what Nick was saying, it made me curious how to handle, like, if we decide we don't want 8.15, do we make a motion at the next meeting, or do we handle it now? So
I would prefer that you handle it now.
Yeah.
That way, when we come to you in June, you have a clean document that reflects your decision.
Are you able to negotiate tonight?
I think we probably have to.
A certain number you gotta.
Usually we come in with exactly what we think we need, and that's what we present. But we might have to adjourn if we wanted to talk more details. I mean,
Well, if the council does, I'm just speaking my mind, I'm not speaking for everybody.
It has to be done in public session.
Okay.
Well, the interesting word negotiate, I don't know that we negotiate with you, because you've given us the numbers, so we would just be saying, we wanted to do 4, we want to do 5, we want to do 6.
Right.
And it's not necessarily up to you to say, oh, yay, I love that, I accept that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's really a council decision, and how we want to, we could create the resolution with no number in there, and then when it comes time to discuss it, you could throw out a number, and if you get a second, then we go from there.
I think that's
Michelle?
a good idea.
The resolution is included in the packet, and it doesn't contain numbers. What it does is it refers back to their chart of costs, because there's different service levels and different costs. So
Okay.
there's not a set number in the resolution.
There's the number of the actual cost
But,
for,
but you should provide him with some kind of guidance so he knows what to do with the chart so that it's proper for the June meeting.
okay, so we need to give some kind of direction to Aaron then, don't we? So I had one more question. So the cap for 2023 and 2024, it would be 5%. But then going forward, it would be capped at 5% unless the CPI comes in under that.
It would be whatever yeah, exactly. Yeah, if the
So-
CPI was 1, it would be 1.
So it's,
Or
so
over it.
if it was 6, then you'd have to come back and talk to us about, will we give you 6? But if it was 1, 2, 3, 4.9, it would be that number,
Yes.
automatically set at
Yeah.
that number.
Yep. And if it was 6, then it would be automatically past your 5, and I would have to come back and justify the extra 1%.
1%.
Yeah, showing, I guess, the data that would make it reasonably justified.
I mean, personally, I like that amendment.
I do too. I like that.
Because it says the CPI is where we're gonna be at, unless it exceeds 5. And then you know what you're getting every year, and we know what we're getting every year. So what?
You won't, because it'll be automatic.
Well, it'll be automatic set to the CPI.
Right.
It's dangerous.
But you don't know what that's going to be, and
But
it
it
won't
won't
come
be more
before
than
you.
5.
But it won't be more than 5.
More than 5.
But it won't come before you. You'll have,
I mean, I'm fine with that. I like that arrangement, that it's set to the CPI every year. And if it goes above that, then we have to talk about it.
I like that too. I think
I
it's
think it saves
reasonable.
us from going around and around and around in this every year, which we've done. And, you know, I liked a little bit of the history you gave us. I wasn't on the council in '21, but I think Santa has come in with us with their rates based on their actual costs. And I have not had a sense of distrust ever towards Santa that they were trying to get us for something more.
They've been good
And the
partners.
fact that this same rate of 8.15 is being proposed to how many other cities, they're all having the same conversation, so it's kind of like, I don't like it any more than anybody likes it. But if we're going to change the system, I like this system because there is a cap. It is set at the CPI. We don't have to talk about it every year. If it's going to go over that 5%, then we've got to talk about it. So personally, I like that system. Stacy?
I'd just like to point out that not everybody's getting the 8.1. They chose not to raise Veneta because they didn't want to have to go back and go in front of them, as I recall, right? We had this conversation last time. So Veneta's being capped at 5% this year.
Yeah, Veneta, we agreed to cap at 5%. And in my understanding, the reason why we did that is because there's an assurance that every year we will receive the CPI. So next year, it's sort of a long-term assurance of receiving that CPI that gives us the confidence to take the hit one year when it's extraordinary like it was last year. So that's what we tried to do in good faith with Veneta.
Michelle?
so with Veneta, they're capped at 5 this year.
Yeah.
Are they capped at 5 next year?
They're capped at 5 every year, but they're not guaranteed 5 next year. No, it's just,
So,
there's a cap at 5.
so say it's 2% and you're trying to do a catch-up, so it comes in, are you gonna cap them at 5%?
They would, if it was 2% next year, we would come in and ask for 2%.
You wouldn't ask for 5% to make up for the fact that there's a difference between 5 and 8, 1.1?
We wouldn't.
Different contract.
It was a different contract. That was the, you know, that we had the CPI in there, and at that time, that was the decision we made, was to cap it, to put it at 5, because we knew that we had a long-term agreement and we could absorb it that 1 year, because it was excessive that 1 year. So, but I don't have any.
But you're not gonna do that for us? Because you're gonna charge us 5% this year and 5% next year, well, where Veneta will get 2% next year.
That's true, Veneta will get 2%. I mean, whatever it is. That's the way this is written right now.
Can I say something, Mary?
Yep.
And
Yeah,
with
go
that,
ahead.
And I
what
don't
you're
like
seeing
that.
in Veneta is an agreement where this has been in place for a very long time, so they're getting the benefit of that contract language now. We set this up this year, down the road, we'll have the benefit of that here. If it is a 1%, 2%, 3%. And if it does go above 5, then we come in and grovel and you guys can say yes or no, and we just accept it.
But next year, they're going to make it up on
So we'd
5%.
have 2 years capped at 5%.
Right,
Unless the
which
CPI is
Benita does not
9%
have.
next
Well,
year,
but-
in which case we're saving.
But Benita's had this long-term thing, which is
We've
why,
had a long-term relationship with,
Yeah, we have a very long.
Relationship, it's the
Yeah, it's the contract, not the
we've had a
relationship.
long-term contract with them.
but it's adjusted every year, 1 year at a time, as our system, which is why this year it's 8%.
Yeah, the manager prior to Michelle signed a contract that we're, that's just, it is what it is. Benita's got something different.
Yep, Stacy.
I'd like to make a motion that we consider.
Well, we have no
sticking with
motions
the
tonight, no motions.
There's no
Original
motions, I have to
contract.
make a suggestion.
Make a suggestion that we just stick with the original contract and go from there.
It sounded like Council President was in agreement with that. Or are you still debating?
Well, I'm still open to negotiating and sticking with, I thought that's where we were, is possibly considering negotiating and sticking with the original contract.
Well, let's just go around and we'll figure this out. Do you want to stick with the
That's what
original
I wanted to
contract?
do.
Are you interested in the amendment?
It's all
Amended one?
I am interested in sticking with our original contract, and I am certainly open to Counselor Smith's suggestion of negotiating with Aaron here and now, because it seems like it's the appropriate time to do so. Possibly negotiating a lower than 8.15. All they can do is say no.
Okay, let's go around. What's your thinking?
I am thinking that it makes sense for us to stay with our original contract. I think that they've made a compelling argument for the 8.1%. And so I am okay with that. What I would say is that also Santa Pac is not a required service. And so if that is something that does not work for me or my house, then I can choose another option. Like I can take my own trash.
Okay, Counselor Holt?
I would like to stay with the original contract, and I would be okay with a 5% rate increase.
Norma?
I guess the original contract. I'm concerned about price computer, adding 5% every year, that adds up quickly over time.
Okay, Counselor Shuck?
I like the amended, what was amended and brought to us, 5% this year, 5 next. I think it's fair. And if the CPI comes in at 3, we get 3, hooray. I like that. If we drew a line in the sand and said we'll only pay 6.5, I would get behind that as well. But
Counselor Smith?
I don't mind the amendment, but I'm just trying to negotiate for the people. So I think the amendment it's fair. Nothing they're asking for is
It's very
unfair by
fair.
any means.
Right.
I'm okay with the amendment. I am nervous with Michelle and Stacy to mention the CPI.
it's an election year. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's good,
Not
it's
worried.
late, but I'm okay with the amended version, ultimately.
Okay, and
Amended version's automatic.
It's automatic, but we gotta have a negotiation about it.
We can have a negotiation about it the other way too, though. That's, okay.
Okay, I prefer the amended, because while it puts us at 5% 2 years, Santa Pac gets less this year. Next year will be the makeup year, and then after that, it's locked into the CPI with discussions if it goes above that. And I've been on the council enough years to know that every year Santa Pac comes back. And every year they present, and every year there's council discussion, and every year, some of the council members are very unhappy with the rate presented, except for maybe when it was 0%. And I like the idea of a long-term contract. We already have one, yes, but a different, but shaping that contract differently, so that we have a long-term partner and a commitment, because Santa Pac has done the best for Creswell of any garbage service we've had. So a long-term commitment that they can count on and that we can count on. And I like that. And capping it at the CPI, I'm very comfortable with that. And knowing that if we have an exorbitant year where it goes higher, then we have this discussion. So, I'm comfortable with that amendment, the amended one.
So we're gonna vote on amended or
No,
original?
so
We should bring both to the June
Both.
meeting.
we can,
I think we just, which one did you land on?
I was really up in the air, both of them. There's good reasons for both, but,
Sounds like we're getting both at the meeting.
yeah, I don't know we're guaranteed to have an increase 5% this year and 5% next year. And from there on out, we have to consider our own needs as well as the needs of our company. If we don't pay them enough, they won't be able to service our community. They will be forced to make a decision whether to stay or not, and then we'll be looking at somebody else, so. Sure, lower amount this year and then a little bit more next year, and then.
so are you now in favor of the amended?
Yeah, I think I'm leaning more towards the amended now after hearing everyone talk.
So let's just bring the amended, is that the consensus?
Well, there's 4, I think, that say the amended and 3 that are saying the original contract.
You have your answer.
So let's bring the amended contract to the council.
Thank you.
Okay.
We saved 3%.
And we have, last item is the upcoming meetings, and tomorrow night we will be back at 6:30 for the Urban Renewal Agency meeting, followed by Budget Committee at 6:45, so see you all tomorrow.
Starving. Oh, we gotta put the chairs away, right? Are we gonna leave them for tomorrow?
No, because tomorrow we'll be in a different meeting.
We're gonna be up there tomorrow?
So, yeah, tomorrow we'll be up there for the Budget Committee.
Is this ever gonna end?
No, we
Are we ever gonna be able to?
Well, let's just put it this way, I've never had, I've always had it up through June, we would have long meetings, because we always have to do training, like we do, or we've had some budget things, so, but typically I tell my wife, come Father's Day, it goes way down, in August it goes, you don't even have it, and then it works out. So, I'm only giving you past history, but we've never had to deal with the homeless.
There you go.
Nor have we ever dealt with transportation. Wonderful to see. No, that's, we tackled 2 huge things that we've never.
My wife's getting angry.